Integral in
yeah, big time. A source said he didn't feel that it was right to continue with filming at BGT and does not feel that he'll be in the right headspace. The entire team, including judges Amanda Holden, Alicia Dixon, have shown their support as they continue the series with guest judge KSI. Simon met Liam on The X Factor in 2008 when he was only 14. Simon had advised him to return in 2 years, which he did. And then he was grouped with the guys from One Direction. They finished third in the competition. And then, here's the deal. They were signed by Cowell's label. So he really got them their start. Psycho Entertainment. And went on to become one of the most successful music groups in history. And then a hiatus in 2016. And then he pursued a solo career and so on. But there's a little bit more. They're trying to find out exactly what happened. Did he fall? Did he pass out? Did he jump? We do not know at this point.
Did you see the pictures from the hotel room? It was littered with drug paraphernalia.
No kidding. Wow. So it could have been any of those. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can indeed get an answer to the stupid question. We need to know what the nationality of the people from the Isle of Man are. We'll go to Jason. Try and get that answer. Hi, Jason. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. It's my first time on the radio with you guys.
Welcome, sir. All right, Jason, let's make this a good one. What do you call the people from the Isle of Man?
Manx.
M-A-N-X. Manx. Yes. Wow. Did not know that. That is... Yes! Jason, soak it in, brother. Hang on the line. We're going to give you a 4-pack of gold tickets for Halloween Nights, Eastern State Penitentiary. Now open select nights through November 9th. And the Halloween Festival, epic proportions, features 5 thrilling haunted houses, plus historic and horrific tours, theme bars, live entertainment, and more, all inside a real 10-acre abandoned prison. You can buy your tickets online and save. For info and tickets, visit HalloweenNights.org. So Snoop Dogg, this is so great, showed off a new talent as a weather forecaster during the Today Show yesterday morning, teaming up with Al Roker to deliver a cannabis-themed weather report. And so he says, as he walked across Studio 1A, kicking off his segment, he said, let me get this weather real quick. And then he called out temperatures in places like Mary Jane Falls, Nevada, Blunt, South Dakota. And he said, we stay lucky in Kentucky. It's going to be 60 as we blaze in Blaze, Kentucky. The Today Show crew loved it. Craig Melvin called it the best forecast, hands down. Fans on Instagram chimed in, praising Snoop as, quote, a national treasure and appreciating how he kept the vibes high no matter how low the temp may go. The dog father sat in the whole show yesterday and contributed throughout the morning. And I say it again, he is the American success story.
Yeah.
He is... He has done it.
Can you imagine this happening 20 years ago?
No.
10 years ago?
Well, especially with the legalization of pot. I mean, the fact that they're openly joking about it on the Today Show, where they used to routinely wake up, Maud Frackleby to celebrate her 100th birthday.
It's awesome.
They included Pottsville, PA.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
But not Pottstown.
But not Pottstown.
No.
Closer to Philly. All right. Ben Affleck is apparently going full steam ahead of his single life with his.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck.
And a source told People that the actor has never looked back after moving out of the $68 million home he shared with Jennifer Lopez.
Did he ever look forward?
That's a good question.
Did they ever go into it?
The source for People went on to say that Affleck is focused on his work and his kids. He's staying busy and happy. So, of course, she filed for divorce from him on August 20th. noting April 26th as their date of separation.
Effing kill you.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not Batman-like, but, you know.
remember at the end of the Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
That was in the future Batman. Serena Williams revealed that she had a benign bronchial cyst that she said was the size of a small grapefruit removed from her neck.
Wow.
Oh, what?
Yeah, she assured that her fans that everything's okay. In a social media post, the retired tennis star shared that she first discovered the lump in May and initially decided against removing it after an MRI suggested that it wasn't necessary.
Grapefruit.
Yeah,
I think you notice that people kind of and this is terrible that she had to go through this, but people kind of accentuate the fruit size when they talk about tumors.
Yeah. Well, don't say a small grapefruit. Give me a regular-sized other fruit.
How about an orange?
An orange. Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
You know?
A small watermelon. No.
Still, though, think about an orange.
That's big.
Yeah.
It's definitely big.
In your throat.
But a cantaloupe.
Yeah.
Not a cantaloupe.
How about a honeydew?
A cassava.
Yeah, cassava.
But a grapefruit is much larger than an orange.
Yeah.
So maybe size of an orange.
It's
But some
softball.
oranges vary in sizes. Those
how about
navel
a
ones get
tangerine?
pretty damn big. Tangelo, maybe a nice clementine.
Right,
you know,
something,
I don't know.
Yeah, you need to. Fortunately, we have a produce man at the hospital today. He can better assess.
That was the size of a rutabaga.
No.
No.
That's an eggplant.
World record grape.
She's my friend's neighbor in Florida. And
Really?
Yeah, it's a really nice. The kids are friends. Yeah, super normal.
So it's benign, which is wonderful. But initially the MRI said it wasn't necessary, but it kept growing. Further tests included a biopsy, showed it was not cancerous. Doctors did, though, recommend surgery. She shared a video from the hospital expressing her gratitude. She said, "I'm feeling so grateful and fortunate that everything worked out. And most of all, I'm healthy." And later added that she's still recovering, but getting better. And she said, health always comes first.
So you have seen footage periodically of people who have like goiters and things that are the size of cassava melons.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Sometimes they'll remove things that weigh, 8 or 10 pounds. It's insane. Yeah. I'll get to more disgusting bodily stuff here in a moment. But
You have more?
Yeah, I do have more.
Oh.
Leah Remini and Angelo Pagan have settled their divorce just 2 months after announcing their separation. It's actually gone very seamlessly.
It seemed like they were both, you talked about, realizing you're just going to go your separate ways now.
You've drifted apart.
Yeah.
And there's no need to make it bad.
There's no animosity.
The two apparently resolved all their issues through mediation. They did not have legal reps involved in the process, and they also both agreed to terms of their divorce, including spousal support and asset division earlier this month. The couple put out a joint statement and announced their separation in August this year. They had said, after 28 years together and 21 years of marriage, we have decided to file for divorce. This decision came after a lot of thought and care. And as hard as divorce is, we are approaching this with a positive outlook because we know what's best for us.
So she's going to tour with Journey?
She is now going to open for Journey, yes. They're going their separate ways. So, the two got hitched back in 2003. They share a daughter, Sophia Bella, who is 20 years old. The couple plans to still spend holidays together since they've been, quote, best friends for so long.
All right, go good.
That's a nice blueprint for how things should go, but of course it doesn't always go that way.
So she famously left the Church of Scientology, but they were married together by a Scientologist minister. I wonder if he left with her. But is he cataloged in that documentary at all?
I don't, Preston, and all the stuff you've watched about, I don't ever hear them or remember them mentioning that he was a Scientologist.
Yeah, but she was so vehemently against it, Nick, that there's no way that I think he would stay.
No.
She wouldn't have put up with that either. So I think you're right, Steve. But yeah, he didn't show up in any of the show, the documentary, none of that stuff. So I think he stayed out of that. All right, here, we'll go back to...
he was in Nexium.
We'll go back to disgusting stuff. And not really, though. But Dr. Sandra Lee, Dr. Pimple Popper...
Yeah.
has bought herself and her husband some new digs. The home in Los Angeles's Brentwood neighborhood spans close to 5,000 square feet, has 5 bedrooms. Outside the backyard sports a pool, hot tub, and a pool house with a kitchen, a bathroom, and a covered patio with a fireplace. Now, keep in mind, 5,000 square feet is not a giant home.
It is not.
It's a good-sized family home. And in Brentwood, it goes for $6.9 million.
So the thing is, she put a sign out front that says Pussy Estate. Her neighbors asked that it be removed.
Yes, I understand the confusion of that. But I'm sure it's beautiful and top of the line and wonderful looking.
But that shows you how ridiculous.
But floor plan wise, that's not outrageously huge, and she's incredibly successful. So, $7 million for that. So they got a new house. Leonardo DiCaprio's current girlfriend, model Vittoria Coretti, was at the Victoria's Secret fashion show earlier this week when a fan spotted something interesting about her. While she was in the audience, she was looking at her phone, and on the back is a picture of Leo, circa growing pains.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
And that would put him at about 16 in the picture, and it was 8 years before she was born.
Oh, my God.
That's funny.
So the clock is ticking on her right now, right?
Maybe. I don't know how old she is.
Well, there is a little jewel in her palm, Preston, and when that starts blinking,
she's about ready to wrap it up with Leo.
I can't. Did we talk? I don't know if we talked about this. The Victoria's Secret fashion show. So it kind of like died off for a few years. Like people really weren't all that interested in it. And this year it's like blowing up. Everybody was there and raving about it.
It came back, but actually there was a lot of people said they were underwhelmed by it. That like even like the Kathy that they usually had this big sort of Broadway spectacle, and this was like the people were seated at the same floor level as the models, and so it was kind of half and half. They were trying to shy away from, hey, a bunch of hot women in lingerie. That was the original impetus. It was all the Me Too stuff. And they said they were going to kind of go back to that, but they didn't quite.
I thought they did, though, because one of the Hadids came out in like a little Pretty in Pink number.
Yeah. Okay. I think, though, they were still. That was what I heard. I didn't watch it. Was it even aired? Was it aired on?
Yeah, it was. On
CBS? They usually have
forget what it was on, but yes, it did air.
I remember that every year, Preston, we'd be in the RV for the camp out, and it always aired during the camp out week.
Yep. I have more on that, actually. Gisele Bundchen, one of the top models in the world, was invited to take part in that show, but she declined. She was a Victoria's Secret angel from 1996 to 2006, but had retired from the runway 4 years ago. Sources say there's no bad blood between Gisele and the iconic fashion brand. When the invitation came in several months back, she politely declined, choosing to stay retired from that line.
Once you hang your wings up, I guess.
I guess so.
You guys asked how old Vittoria was? She's 26.
Okay. So technically...
Well, I think less than a year.
She's on borrowed She's on borrowed time right now.
Once she gets to almost 30.
Yeah, that palm jewel is blinking like crazy.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't think of doing this before, but Dirty Dancing is coming to Broadway.
Oh.
The classic movie is going to be a musical and is set to launch in late 2025.
Wait a second. So
loaded with opportunity for that.
Sure. So they did do, remember, for years, and I think they still do it, the Dirty Dancing review where it'd be the
traveling show.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but I just assumed there was some sort of like stage version, musical version of Dirty Dancing, but there isn't?
Nope. It will apparently first start in North America. The musical could expand and run to Asia, Australia, and Latin America as well. The movie's original screenwriter, Eleanor Bergstein, is developing the show alongside director Lonnie Price. So they're going to make it happen. Netflix has released the first trailer for The Electric State, a futuristic yet retro film starring Millie Bobby Brown, Chris Pratt, and others. Actually, it's a star-studded cast. I'll run down the list in a moment. Brown stars as Michelle, an orphaned teenager navigating life in a society where sentient robots resembling cartoons and mascots who once served peacefully among humans now live in exile following a failed uprising. It's an alternate reality. While robots are a big part of society, the movie setting is in the 1990s. And it also stars, listen to this, Anthony Mackie, Ke-Huy Quan, Jason Alexander, Giancarlo Esposito, Stanley Tucci, Woody Norman, Woody Harrelson, Brian Cox, Jenny Slate, and Alan Tudyk.
Whoa.
That's a lot of people.
It looks
cool.
Really cool.
Yeah.
The fact that it's directly to Netflix can be problematic.
I think so. For some reason, Netflix does great shows but terrible movies.
Though they've had a few, and occasionally. But, I mean, you look at the trailer, it looks pretty interesting.
Case, they're like good enough to watch, and then you get through it, and you're like,
okay.
That Ryan Reynolds one where his kid, he is young.
The Adam Project.
The Adam Project.
That was actually good.
Perfectly enjoyable movie.
Yeah.
Would I have been thrilled if that was a couple of years ago, okay. would I have been thrilled if I'd paid to see that in the theater? Probably not.
Wait, you're disappointed it was a couple years ago? It's still a good movie.
I know. And
Kathy.
it's still on Netflix.
Still see it.
Yeah. Oh no, I missed it entirely.
Yeah, this is one thing. Stuff never gets taken off Netflix.
I like the new stuff, guys.
I understand. So Prince Charming, the iconic love interest from classic Disney princess stories, is getting his own feature film directed by Wonka and Paddington filmmaker Paul King.
This could be interesting.
I never really considered this. In the story it says that Prince Charming, while he was in Cinderella, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, he was always, considered that character. He was always a supporting character. He was never the main character.
Yeah. And now he's the main man.
Yep. So we don't know whether it's going to be live action or animated. And according to Deadline Hollywood, this new project won't be directly tied to Cinderella's story. I know that they were different princes. They weren't all Prince Charming in Snow White and Sleeping Beauty.
No, he'd be a real whoremaster if he were
that type of character. So that's what they're going to go with. The casting for season 2 of the Amazon Prime Video show Mr. and Mrs. Smith is currently ongoing, and while nothing is confirmed at this time, there's talk that the show is focusing on some real A-list talent to be the new Mr. and Mrs. Apparently, Billie Eilish is being eyed to play one of the new leads next season.
I didn't realize this was a changing cast thing. I thought because it was
Donald Glover.
Yeah.
Yep. So it could be a natural next step for her. She made her acting debut in Swarm, and that show was made by Donald Glover, who was the lead in the first season of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The first season starred Glover and Maya Erskine as two strangers who were put together as a married couple who begin a new life as spies. John and Jane Smith, it was unclear if they survived at the end of the first season.
Do you ever see Billie Eilish glammed up? She looks fantastic.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I've not seen her. And I'm interested in this gal, Maya Erskine, because she is the daughter of one of the all-time greatest drummers, Peter Erskine, great jazz drummer. So that's pretty cool. The first photos of Kim Kardashian on the set of her upcoming legal drama set at an all-female law firm, All's Fair, have made their way online.
Thank you.
Kim will be playing a divorce lawyer in a new series, which is set for Hulu, and she won't be the only.
I am Jack.
She won't be the only celeb.
You're out of order. You're out of order. Can I get a coffee order?
She won't be the only celeb on the show, with actors like Naomi Watts and Glenn Close and
They're
more.
out of order.
Also on board. In the pics that photographers were able to grab from Kim's time on set, she's seen
I'm going to take a flamethrower to this.
in a red jacket and red boots that appear to
I take a flamethrower to this place.
to potentially be snakeskin leather. All's Fair will star Kim as the real-life lawyer Laura Wasser, a lawyer who handled not one but two of Kim's past divorces. So she is going to be her. The release date for All's Fair is not yet confirmed.
I have to admit, I'm curious to see.
I'm curious.
I'm curious to see if because she did, I have to admit again, she did a pretty decent job with the Ryan Murphy stuff. So we'll see. We'll see.
Did I already mention that Shrinking has been renewed for season 3? Did I mention that?
I think you did, but it's always good to hear it again.
So they will be on Apple TV Plus. Show, of course, follows therapists who, in many cases, are in dire need of therapy themselves. So Jason Segel, Harrison Ford, Kristen Miller, Jessica Williams, Ted McGinley, among others, star.
I've always heard it said that if you're going to a therapist, it's always good to go to one that actually goes to a therapist themselves.
Sure.
Yeah, a lot of them do. Nick, I'm sure you saw it, but Jason Segel, it ended up on my Instagram feed. It was him sitting down with Stephen Colbert, and how he got his start in acting is pretty remarkable.
Jason Segel?
Jason Segel. His first role ever was in Freaks and Geeks. His acting, the director of his high school play basically put on a showcase for these talent scouts without him even knowing. And so he ended up doing this play, and all of these talent scouts came to the show to see him perform at this high school production. And then, 2 weeks later, he got a call about Freaks and Geeks. And
Did anyone else from that production get called?
I don't know who else went to that high school.
That's pretty generous.
But, he didn't know. And this high school director was just did this for him.
Wow. I haven't seen that. Shrinking is a great show. I've said it a few times, but the unsung hero of the show is Ted McGinley. He's so freaking hilarious in it. And he's just, Preston, I know you're it's on your list, but his subtle delivery is so hilarious. He's great. And I'm so glad to see him working like in a really good show.
Yeah, good for him. All right, we got some movies that are opening this weekend to tell you about. All right, we got Smile 2, a horror thriller film starring Naomi Scott, Kyle Gallner, and Lucas Gage. About to embark on a new world tour, global pop sensation Sky Riley begins experiencing increasingly terrifying and inexplicable events. Overwhelmed by the escalating horrors and the pressures of fame, Sky is forced to face her dark past to regain control of her life before it spirals out of control. 2 hours and 7 minutes long. Rated R, wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes score gives it 85%.
Which is good. They say actually it is knowingly funny in spots. The first one was not funny at all, not meant to be, but this has a sense of humor to it.
Okay. And then we have Anora. It's a drama and comedy starring Mikey Madison, Mark Eidelstein, and Yuri Borisov. Ani, a young sex worker from Brooklyn whose life takes an unexpected turn when she meets and impulsively marries Vanya, the impetuous son of a Russian billionaire. However, when Vanya's parents catch wind of the union, they send their henchmen to annul the marriage, setting off a wild chase through the streets of New York. 2 hours and 19 minutes long. It's rated R, a limited theater release, and a very high score at Rotten Tomatoes at 98%.
So she was one of, once upon a time in Hollywood, she's one of the Manson clan. So she's the one who, when she goes running across the room, and Brad Pitt at the end, he throws the can into her face.
Yes, that's her.
That's
her.
Okay.
And also just a reminder that the Philadelphia Film Festival is going on right now, and that is one of the feature films.
There you go. And a good one to see because clearly the critics are loving it. All right, next, here we go. Let's do the clips. Disclaimer follows a journalist who unexpectedly becomes the central character in a novel that brings her darkest secrets to life. And here, Kate Blanchett talks about her experience with co-star Kevin Kline.
I mean, I've admired Kevin Kline for so long, and he's such a versatile actor, and he's always so buoyant and funny and witty, but he's so stripped back in the series. I think people will be really surprised by his work and reminded of what a great actor he is.
I love her.
She's great.
Hey, she's phenomenal. New episode of Disclaimer streams tonight. That's on Apple TV+. Here's our next clip. Fanatical, the catfishing of Tegan and Sarah is a dark tale of the sisters' 2001 experience with an online impersonator. In this clip, Sarah Quinn talks about the importance of setting boundaries.
I also think that there is a responsibility, not just on the fans and the artists, it is the industry around us. So if we see adults behaving this way to other adults and making money and getting rich off of it, how can we expect our fans to not think that that behavior is cool?
Could you shut up?
So Fanatical, the catfishing of Tegan and Sarah is streaming on Hulu today. And there you go, your entertainment report for today.
You know what I had to do last night, by the way? We had a conversation yesterday about streaming. I've been watching tons of stuff on Hulu.
Yep.
The Bear, all the stuff. I'm on it all the time. Last night, my password, which was completely legit,
Wouldn't work?
So my new one is I strung together every expletive in the world.
Wait, you just said an angry password?
Yeah, it's about 32 letters long, but I'm like, I love to see it on the screen.
That's great.
Yeah, because it's just
I know.
This is my password.
I hate it.
And yet I go online on Hulu and I click the password. It goes right in. It's like, why are you not coming up on Apple TV?
Yep. It's just a
and yet people complain about war.
Yeah. All right. I'm glad you got to vent, though.
Thank you.
That's what we're here. It's a No Sad Bro Friday, so get all the sad out.
Oh, yeah.
All of it.
You know what? We haven't done this in a little while.
Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you, Casey. Yeah.
No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro.
And with that, we will take a quick break, come back in just a moment as the sun has risen, and I believe we're going to do the Connoisseur.
That's right.
When we return. Stay with us. was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it on. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously?
And we're all doing this at the same time?
All do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well,
you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes,
Oh,
it
Jesus.
will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well,
She
how much
loves
did
them.
those cost? This is for
You
free,
can just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like
plug
an
up your
imbecile.
ears.
You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right,
No.
here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged
Yeah.
in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story. On my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something through it, was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has renewed.
Now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jim Iglesiasky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
Having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And
It's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh, my God.
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So, Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogene Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogene Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogene Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
Says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh, my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Imogene Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her
she has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
Oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable...
She's in Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogene Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogene Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know that
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the front of it?
Gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this crappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was a part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've done that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight?
no guess.
All right, you have no guess.
I think it's got to be about because by the time you take off and you land, like I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds. Come on. Stop it.
How?
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
I mean, you can't, like, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting.
In 10 seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. The cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and
welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
and island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if you can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I got to hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her?
Yes. She's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
Two different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy. She has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, 007.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
When Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maude Adams is 70.
Happy birthday.
All right. Thank you, Kath. Real quick, I want to make a mention. Chuck D'Amico, our program director, asked me to pass this along. So if you're looking for a way to help out victims of recent hurricanes Helene and Milton, and you want a very tangible way of doing it, Hainesport Transportation Group is collecting donation items. They are working to fill a 53-foot trailer. They're going to be shipping it to people in need. They need non-perishable food, clothing for colder weather, hygiene products, cases of water, generators, extension cords, pet food, pet supplies, things like that. You can donate today and tomorrow at the Hainesport Transportation Group, which is in Hainesport, New Jersey, 5900 Silen Boulevard. And they're doing it starting now till 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Today and tomorrow, you said, Preston?
And
Okay.
then tomorrow from 7 a.m. to noon. So if you could stop by, they would certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to our friend Steve Wilson from Secret Sauce, Wilson Secret Sauce, because they're down in Nashville. And, and they were doing the same thing, just collecting a whole bunch of stuff, relief efforts and headed down there. And so I think he's still there. If he's not.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
The guy is amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then one more shout out real quick. My son, He's always listening to the show in the car, and I gave a shout out to him and Luke the other day, but Christian was in the back seat going,
Oh, no.
hey, what about me? So, hey, Hassie, this is your shout out.
And there it is. All right, it is time for a Friday segment we call the Connoisseur.
It's time for the Connoisseur. The Friday Connoisseur is always the best, and we kind of just always do it Friday night.
That's pretty much it. All right, but I do have some great stories involving food and restaurants and drink and all that. And we will do some giveaways in between the stories, so listen up for the clips as we will play them. But I'm going to start with this one. Marissa, I'm sure, knows about this because it's a Philly-centric food thing. Liberty Kitchen has a sandwich called the Kale Caesar Chicken Cutlet Sandwich. And they have gone viral, and they can't make enough of them.
It became an online, specifically TikTok sensation.
Why?
And apparently it's effing delicious.
I'll describe it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So since April, TikToker after TikToker has unwrapped the sandwich with reverence. This is a story from Kiki Aranita. And did you get this out of the Inquirer?
Yeah.
So she writes, if you are in Philly, you have to go to Liberty Kitchen for this sandwich. It is now the familiar refrain. But before this weekend, the restaurant would get perhaps a monthly TikTok tribute to their sandwich. Videos are now being posted within hours, even minutes of one another. What was once a steady trickle of videos bumping up sandwich sales occasionally has become a raging cascade devoted to a single sandwich. The waves of virality that the sandwich has experienced are a welcome surprise, said co-owner Matt Budenstein, giving Liberty Kitchen visibility to people, he said, who normally wouldn't know anything about the restaurant. He said, we have so many new customers who are coming in from all over the city and suburbs, and even from far away, when typically we're a very neighborhood spot. So the sandwich is as follows. It is a freshly fried chicken cutlet with some peppery kale on it, which is sturdy enough not to wilt against the hot chicken, and a Caesar dressing that zings with anchovy. Sounds pretty simple, right? So just the cutlet, Caesar dressing, and kale inside a crusty seeded long roll beneath shaved pecorino cheese. But apparently people are falling in love with this.
It's like not even, I mean, I'm glad that this is happening for this place, but like it's not like it's some crazy...
ingenious, original idea, right?
A lot of times it's the simple things that catch.
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes...
And it's a big sandwich.
The more simple the recipe, the better the flavor as far as ingredients go. But I am hit or miss on kale. Sometimes it's too tough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You picked exactly my... So there's a type of kale that I love, and I'll get it all the time. And then there's what I call the shrapnel kale, which I do not like.
I only like kale chips, and that's it. Like I can't
you can make your own at home. That's
yeah. I'll do that. Like I'll buy a bag of kale, stick it in the freezer.
I like that. I like doing that.
So, but I am intrigued by this sandwich, Marissa. Have you sampled it? Do you know? I'm sure you know about it for sure, right?
I have not had this sandwich.
Okay.
But you guys had their tomato pie. They were the place that brought us the tomato pie for Lisa and Walter a few months ago.
Oh, they're terrific.
Yes, we have a second location near Dr. Mike.
Yeah, so I was at Dr. Mike's last week. Marissa, I'm so mad at myself because you said you got to go here to get the cheesesteak because I had tried to go to Angelo's and the line was too long. And now I feel like I'm never going to be able to get... I ended up going to a corner bakery instead because that's right next to his... And I'm like, really, when I saw this story, I was like, Marissa told me to go there last week.
It'll still be there. These guys were on the Drew Barrymore show last week, too. I wonder if that had anything to do with it.
I'll bet it did.
Probably helps.
Yeah.
So Liberty Kitchen has updated its recipe for the sandwich since opening in 2019. The current iteration is an upgraded version of the old one. And it's a major statement for the new location in Fishtown, according to the owner. So,
Connoisseur, a question for you. Would you say, and I think this has been the case, yes, thank you, the perfunctory bell ring. So the smaller corner restaurants seem to be getting highlighted from Philadelphia a lot these days.
Yeah, very much
Wouldn't that be the case?
I think absolutely. And actually, Kiki, who you are reading her article, just joined the Philadelphia Inquirer. She is a local chef who is writing for them now, too. So I think like chefs are starting to take these writing gigs and they are highlighting the other restaurants around the smaller places, which is pretty cool.
Because it could mean everything to a small business. That's great.
100%.
So if you can, get the Kale Caesar chicken cutlet sandwich at Liberty Kitchen, if you can. All right, we have a movie clip to play that involves food And Casey, are we giving away a variety of different prizes?
Yeah,
for
we
this?
have two different prizes to give away. We do have tickets for the Flyers game, the home opener tomorrow night. And then we also have $50 gift cards to Two Stones Pub.
Oh, all good stuff. All right, let's play this clip and see if you know what movie this is from.
Make somebody a fine wife someday.
You should see me bake a cake.
Well, let's see if you know what movie that's from. 215-263-WMMR. Order up. All right, we're going to talk pumpkin spice for just a moment. New research from Lending Tree reveals just how much the pumpkin spice tax is costing us. That's what they call the phenomenon of higher prices on pumpkin-spiced items. According to Lending Tree's seasonal report, people should expect to pay 7.4% more on average than they do for pumpkin-free alternatives. So now, and it's been, a decade now, maybe more than the pumpkin thing has happened.
It's showing no signs of waning.
But if you slap that on there, if you slap those words pumpkin spice on there, immediately the price goes up.
So here's where I stand on pumpkin spice. It has, it can very often be far too sweet for me. When it is not too sweet, then I kind of like it. Are you at all a fan?
Yeah, but mainly pumpkin pie. You know, pumpkin pie and carrot cake, and I think there's some similar seasonings in those or spices, but I don't go for all the drinks and all the other things that come along with it.
Yeah, I don't like pumpkin pie. I don't like anything pumpkin. I don't like the pumpkin seeds, pumpkin spice, any of it. I love fall and I love pumpkins, but I don't love flavored. Right. Yesterday, it was so funny, and I can't remember her name, but it was the woman who was set up at Subaru at the table where the camp out box was.
Yes.
I forget her name, but she grabbed one of the coffee samples and was walking back over, and I was walking into, towards her when she took a sip. And she made this horrible face, and I was like, "Are you okay?" She goes, "I just realized I don't like pumpkin spice."
Right then.
Just realized that. That's
just
hilarious.
realized. So they found that retailers tend to charge more for anything with a pumpkin label, while some charge the same price, but the pumpkin spice product is in a smaller package, which is known, of course, as shrinkflation. Some examples of the pumpkin spice tax Lending Tree found this year: 16-ounce iced pumpkin spice latte at Starbucks is $7.45, while a regular iced cafe latte costs $5.95. So
they take advantage of it.
Case, you got to find the trick. There's some sort of trick
the
there.
hack.
Yeah, there's some sort of hack where you could order something and then just add pumpkin spice.
I think the hack is probably a smash and grab, right?
By the way, I normally drink black coffee on my way into work this morning, but I had to throw some pumpkin spice creamer in there. I was just feeling it.
You with friends.
A family-sized box of Kellogg's Pumpkin Spice Frosted Flakes is priced at $5.95 at Target, while a regular-sized box costs the same, but the box is bigger.
See.
And it says here, though, not everything pumpkin spice costs more. Lending Tree found that a quart of pumpkin spice cold brew coffee concentrate at Target is $11.49, which is the same price as the non-pumpkin variety. So you got to kind of shop around a little bit if you're saving some money.
That's what my mama told me.
Yeah, you better. All right, let's play the clip again and see if you know what movie it's from.
Make somebody a fine wife someday.
You should see me bake a cake.
All right, we'll go to Craig, see if he knows the answer. Yo, Craig, morning, bud.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right.
Favorite cheesy Stallone movie. It's Cliffhanger.
Yes, it is Cliffhanger. Indeed. Hang on just a second. Case, what do we have for Craig?
Craig, you just won yourself a pair of lower-level tickets for the Flyers home opener against the Vancouver Canucks. That's going to be tomorrow at 7 p.m. at the Wells Fargo Center, and a 2024-25 Flyers jersey. All fans get a Flyers home opener T-shirt presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, and tickets are on sale now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Was John Lithgow the bad guy in that
He was
movie?
the bad guy.
Right.
He chews up the scenery, and he's great.
It's been a long time since I've
Janine
seen
Turner.
that movie. Yeah. And
Michael Rooker.
Rooker's in it, too. Yeah. All right, next clip. Let's play it. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, smells good. Cinnamon rolls.
Oh, you shouldn't have gone through that trouble. You're family now. It's not trouble.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call now. Order up. All right, I must say, full disclosure, when I saw the title of this article, I was like, I bet I know what number one is, and I have been to this place many times. Yelp has released the 10 restaurants across the country known for rumored ghost hauntings and delicious food. Yelp searches for haunted restaurants are up 91% compared to last year, so people are kind of interested.
They're back into this stuff, and this is the time of year for that.
Yep. So the number one most haunted restaurant in the United States is a place called the Lemp Mansion and Restaurant and Inn in St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh my gosh,
been there?
really?
I've been there. I've eaten there several times. Yeah.
Oh, pumpkin spice.
And I will tell you, while I never did experience anything there, I was creeped out by it.
What?
Because its legend is well known in St. Louis. So it's the Lemps were before the Anheuser-Busch family came in and was the big beer magnate, there was the Lemp Brewery. And so they were well-to-do.
They were devil worshippers.
I don't know if they were devil worshippers or not, but the Lemp family was rich, and they had this beautiful home. And so the home is now it's a restaurant and inn. And so there are stories about, things moving and people hearing and seeing things. Now, while I didn't ever really experience anything, there was a photo. We were there and we took a picture. And in the pattern on the wallpaper, dude, I could clearly see a face.
Yeah.
In the picture. That was taken.
And this is not like Jesus is on my toes.
It didn't look like anybody in particular. It was eyes, nose, and mouth.
Okay.
And it just, for whatever reason, in that photo, that it was highlighted and it looked like a form of a human face.
Kenny Knight.
I was Kenny Knight at the time, but I got rid of the picture because Burnt Rubber Girl was in it with me.
Just cut her out.
Yeah. I was thinking about renaming her Smelly Bush.
Smelly Bush.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Sounds like an Indian name.
Yeah. But anyhow, the Victoria Mansion is known for its haunted history, and victors say that they've encountered spooky phenomena like objects moving on their own. They offer paranormal activity tours, haunted history tours, and murder mystery dinner parties as well.
So, but what about the food?
Oh, it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember having they had they would do Cherry's Jubilee, like the flambe or table and stuff like that. It was good food. It was really good. So looking at this list,
is it impressive or unimpressive?
I'm shocked that there is nothing in our region. Now,
really? We're crawling with places.
Well, but not in the top 10. So I'm sure that if the list goes deeper, maybe, the General Wayne Inn would
General
come
Wayne
in
or General Warren?
I thought it was Wayne.
There might be both. But General Warren is out in Malvern. Is that the one you guys are talking about?
No, I'm talking about the one right down here on Montgomery.
I think that's closed now. I think they changed that into a Jewish worship center.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's been for a number of years.
But you guys should visit the General Warren Inn because it's a great restaurant. It's out in Malvern, not too far from Route 30, and it's like late 1700s. It's a really old home, and if any places in our area are haunted, it's that.
Hold on. The General Wayne Inn is no longer there?
It's there.
The building is there.
It's used as a Jewish meeting center.
Nick, that General Warren, is that a do they hold wedding receptions and stuff there?
Yeah.
I think I might have been at a wedding there last summer.
I've been to a wedding shower there and birthday celebrations and stuff. It's a great place, and but it's old.
I'll mention a few of the other ones. Poogan's Porch in Charleston, South Carolina.
Poogan's?
Yeah, Poogan. Pioneer Saloon in Good Springs, Nevada. Muriel's Jackson Square in New Orleans. And
you got to figure
a lot there. It's in the French Quarter. The Pirates House in Savannah, Georgia. Then you had the Oxford Saloon in Snohomish, Washington. Is that how you say that? Snohomish?
Yeah.
Turner's Seafood in Salem, Massachusetts.
And the Applebee's in Little Rock.
And the Applebee's in Little Rock, Arkansas. It's a fine town.
My wife used to work at a restaurant, and that was kind of the place where everyone would go for the big holidays, the older crowd. And it was rumored to be haunted, and a lot of the employees swear they saw stuff. It's the Milleridge Inn in Long Island.
Then you have Haunted Hamburger in Jerome, Arizona.
Okay.
One If by Land, Two If by Sea in New York City.
Wow.
And the Brentwood Restaurant and Wine Bistro in Little River, South Carolina.
What about the Exorcist?
I've never been there, so I can't say. So those are the top 10 most haunted restaurants in the U.S. But Lemp Mansion, if you're ever in St. Louis, go check that out.
Jerome, Arizona, I believe is like a beautiful town that kind of gets missed because people are, heading to Sedona or Grand Canyon or whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jerome.
Yeah. I have a list somewhere and we'll have to get to it sometime. And it's a version of taking vacations to places that are similar to the most popular places. Like there's an alternate to going to Milan, or there's an alternate of going, instead of going to Paris, you go to this smaller city.
Without the hubbub.
And you get, and I'll run that list down
I
for
love
you guys
that idea.
sometime in the near future. But we're talking food right now.
Yeah.
And let's see if you can identify this food clip.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, smells good. Cinnamon rolls.
Oh, you shouldn't have gone through that trouble. You're family now. It's not trouble.
All right, we're going to go to JR. Hi, JR. Good morning.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
For a moment. All right, JR, what movie is it, please?
The Proposal.
That is correct, yes.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yep.
For a moment.
Hang on a second. Here's what we have for you.
All right, JR, you just got our final pair of tickets. They're lower level tickets for the Flyers home opener against the Vancouver Canucks this Saturday at 7 p.m. at Wells Fargo Center, and a 2024-25 Flyers jersey. And all fans get a Flyers home opener t-shirt presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Tickets are on sale now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Dude, you, me, and Kathy.
Flans.
We're having
Just let me talk a little bit more. You'll get one.
All right, here is the next food clip. What movie? I love this clip. What movie is this from?
Papa, can we go trampoline?
You haven't finished your nuggets yet, sweetie. Okay, there's a lot of children starving in America, right? I mean, take a look at her. She's American, huh? Really skinny. You want to look like that?
No.
Then eat your nuggets.
All right. 215-263-WMMR. Order up. So, the Great American Beer Festival took place in Denver over the weekend.
Marissa was there. You know that, right?
I do know that.
Nice.
And I had the rundown of some of the top winners. So there were 102 beer categories, including 170 subcategories, with an average of 85 beers entered in each category. To decide the winners, there were 285 beer experts involved in the multi-step judging process. I went like 3 times. Case, did you ever go to it? Twice?
Yeah.
Go ahead. My wife has gone and said, it's a mind blower.
It's awesome. I mean, I couldn't even tell you what Denver's like because I was inside
the convention center.
Yeah.
And how, if you are even moderately a beer fan, how hard is it to not get completely bombed? Because even though you're getting little cups.
Yeah, you get 1 ounce pours, and that's it. But yeah, I mean, if you're there and you drink 50 of them, you're doing pretty good. So yeah.
And Steve, I know you don't drink, Steve, but for other people who are not huge beer fans, it apparently changed. It is my first time there, and they introduced like ciders and RTDs, which are like cocktails in a can. Our friends from like Stateside and Surfside were there.
Oh, that's awesome.
I did always get the hankering though, like I want a 12-ounce beer. I need a full beer to sit, because you get these little sips. But,
right.
Well, you think it's nothing, but then after like your 100th sip,
it's like, people, we're going to go out and do the wineries and have sips and stuff. It's a great day.
Don't talk to me about tastings at wineries.
I don't know what they do at wineries, but Steve, at these places, do you see these dudes walking around with pretzel necklaces?
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Like, literally, you eat them off your neck.
That might make the winery trip tolerable.
Better?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we need pretzel necklaces.
Well, and it's like a game now, the pretzel necklaces. So it was always just like a string with pretzels tied around it, right?
Yeah.
Now people will like loop Uncrustables or like bags of Cheez-Its. Or there was one guy with, you guys know, the thing that like when you like Rambo wore with bullets in it.
Oh yeah,
bandolier.
Sure, okay. Imagine that, but with like cheese sticks and like Slim Jims.
I want a mozzarella stick bandolier.
That's awesome.
I was never an adventurous beer drinker, but I did like beer. I can't tell you the last time I had a beer.
No kidding.
Really?
Yeah,
Kathy,
the way it makes me feel is like not great.
Obviously, I don't drink. I've never been drunk, but I've wanted
a beer?
to love the taste of beer. I've wanted to, and I can't. I'll tell you, the sweeter ones or the more inventive ones, I can kind of like Marissa. What you guys do is tremendous. See, they've got some amazing beers. This is a subtle pitch for the mutiny, but this company Bitchin' Kitten has put together a bananas Foster beer that is supposed to be sensational.
Well, and that's one of the reasons, though, I think I don't drink, because it's so filling. Like I can't. I could maybe get through one beer, but after that, like I would be so stuffed.
So the top 3 categories entered were all IPA categories. I'm not a fan of IPAs, but the brewers love them.
So what?
They're bitter.
Okay.
They have a lot of hops in them,
All right.
and they come. I don't like that taste.
Who wants to be looking at someone doing that?
All right. Anyway, so here are the top 5 most entered beer style category winners. Juicy Hazy IPA. There were 349 entries in that. The gold went to the Professional Human Being from Ambitious Ales in Long Beach, California. Then you had the West Coast IPA. There were 292 entries in that. The gold winner is Code Breaker from Trademark Brewing in Long Beach, California as well. In the American Style IPA, there were 217 entries. And competition from Highland Park Brewery, Chinatown in Los Angeles, California wins gold. In the Dortmunder or German style Oktoberfest, there were 210 entries, and the gold went to Fest Beer from Glenwood Canyon in Glenwood Springs, Colorado. And then the German style Marzen, 195 entries, and the winner is Pleasant Brow Oktoberfest from Soul Brewing Company in Pleasantville, New York. So mainly more West breweries won.
Yeah, there was a couple local ones actually. Attic Brewing in Germantown won a silver.
Oh, is it a female who owns that?
You know what? I don't know. I've never been there. I know it's in Germantown.
Let me look. I think it is.
Sometimes when I take back roads home. New Ridge Brewing, Steve, in Roxborough.
Oh, very cool.
Won. And then Bonesaw Brewing in Deptford won too. They won a gold and a bronze.
Hey, Marissa, is this like the greatest time ever for beer, or is the market too flooded?
It's kind of both, Nick. It like kind of depends who you talk to, because there's concerns about, like younger people don't drink as much beer. But there are also so many breweries and so many people doing different things. Like, in my opinion, I think that like brew pubs have turned into like corner bars, more or less. So instead of like, the yards, the Victory.
Right.
Now there's like a couple breweries in one little location.
That makes
and
sense.
Maybe it's like your corner bar in your space, but you also want to travel to other towns to try those places.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, let's see.
It is Attic Brewing is it's a female brewer.
Oh, that's
Okay.
cool.
Laura Lacey.
Excellent. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Papa, can we go trampoline?
You haven't finished your nuggets yet, sweetie. Okay, there's a lot of children starving in America, right? I mean, take a look at her. She's American, huh? Really skinny. You want to look like that?
No.
Then eat your nuggets.
All right, let's go to Travis. All right, Travis, how you doing, man?
Durka.
And to you as well. All right, Travis, name the movie.
That is Crazy Rich Asian.
Yes, absolutely. Ken Jeong. Case, what we got for Trav?
For you, Trav, we have a $50 gift card to Two Stones Pub. It's this week's big friggin' deal. You can get a $50 gift card to Two Stones Pub for just $25. Gift cards are valid on food and drinks at all of the six of the Two Stone Pub locations. I didn't know there were 6 locations. They're in northern Delaware and southeast PA, as well as the 2SP Tap House. And you can get this exclusive offer while supplies last at WMMR.com/deals.
All right, this might be the last one. I'm not sure because we got to get ready for Good Money It. But let's play another clip and see if you know what movie this is from.
Oh yeah. Can a good-looking, hard-working chef get a beer around here? Come on, Tumbler, you ain't doing nothing. Hand me a beer, baby.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Order up. So I'm going to do an interesting story. It's kind of food related. A Polish perfumer has unveiled a unique luxury fragrance that captures the earthy aroma of Polish potatoes, transforming the humble staple into an unexpected and sophisticated scent.
My wife is very much into perfumes now.
Okay.
And she has Kathy, well, the only reason I brought you into the conversation because I know how much you love the smell, but she has a really fine sense of smell too. So she can detect all the notes and the differences like you would in a glass of wine or whatever.
Is she making them?
Not yet. That's next on the list, Steve.
She makes everything else.
When you're married to an artist, there's always something next on the list. But I'm really interested in this, Preston, because I bet you she could smell the potato or whatever.
Smell the potato. Sounds like a bad heavy metal album.
Carolina Chaplin reports in an article, few, if any, perfumers have been inspired to create a scent inspired by distant memories of trips to Polish vegetable markets in the 1980s, but Michael Gilbert Latch is one of them, or maybe the only one. His memories of those long-gone trips with his grandparents have inspired him to create a perfume that he has called Polish Potato. and the scent is the subject of a flurry of social media activity.
For the woman who wants to smell like grandma's potato dish.
Spud. People, of course, are surprised that anyone would be so bold to create and market a perfume named after a humdrum and ubiquitous vegetable, hence the flurry. But as Latch says, the scent is created to take people back to a certain moment in his life and the rich and evocative memories that surround it. He said, I create my scents as an olfactory deja vu. Polish potato transports us to Zwickau, a provincial town in Poland, in the 1980s. He said, every Wednesday, I accompany my grandparents to the market to buy provisions for the winter months. And that is a
So it's a nostalgic thing. You're not wearing it to seduce, well, what is that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I'd be like, oh, ugh.
I love it. I love women's perfume.
Do you?
No, I know,
Yeah.
but I'm saying to smell like a potato.
No, not that. Well, maybe French fries.
She
I don't
smells
know.
just like a potato.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe not someone smelling that, but if you had the ability to have a device that did recreate very specific scents, like food would be a lot of them, right?
Well, and they instantly evoke memories.
I would do baked goods, like this is cherry pie,
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, but like
potato.
a steak, burgers cooking, I mean, God,
Yes.
they smell pretty damn good.
French fries, bacon.
Yep. Oh, man.
Yeah.
The smell of bacon in the morning as a child on the weekend, waking up, that is quite possibly the most comforting scent I can recall.
When you go to a sporting event at the Wells Fargo or anything at the Wells Fargo, and that first whiff of the popcorn, I'm like a bloodhound.
Hot dogs.
Yeah.
So I don't mind the smell of these things, right? Like,
Right.
I don't eat bacon. I don't really like it. But the smell of it, I see like what's enticing about that. But I told you this before, but when I smell like it, like if I can't go to a breakfast restaurant, I love breakfast, but I can't go to a breakfast restaurant if I have something to do afterwards. Like I have to go.
Because you'll smell like breakfast all day.
I have to go home. Yes.
Right.
I have to go home.
Yeah.
I have to change my clothes, shower, wash my hair.
Okay.
Because if I walk around and I smell it in my hair, it'll give me a headache.
Yeah, I almost went to Donkey's place after the Subaru broadcast yesterday, but it was like, okay, do I want to smell like
See?
cheesesteaks
For the rest of the
Yeah.
day.
Jim's always did that to me. I would later in the day, you'd be like, I smell like a cheesesteak.
Sometimes
I
that's
smell
okay.
like onions.
It's like, So maybe the Polish potato smell is what you're looking
It's
for.
why my kitchen is for viewing only.
What a delight.
This is the way the housewife would live in.
It's like a museum.
Kathy came in to work last week and we did a little
Oh
bit.
my God!
The little best of thing in between 5:30 and 6, and she goes, Nick, what is that smell? What is that? What do you smell that?
Do you remember what I said it was?
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know, I don't smell anything. And then like I kind of caught a whiff of something, and then we leave the studio like half hour later. She's like, I got bad news for you. It was me. Kathy's shirt smelled like something. The smell that was grossing her out, she was actually wearing at the time.
Oh my God.
It smelled like bug spray. I walked in here. I go, do they spray for bugs in here? It smells like bug spray.
What do you think? Where do you think it came from?
Well, I'm really embarrassed to admit this. I actually don't want to do it on the air. It was a new shirt. Well, new in that it still had tags on it. It's about 3 years old.
Okay.
And it sat in my closet for 3 years before I put it on. Normally, I would wash something before I wear it, but I was like, it's been in my closet for 3 years. It's fine.
Clean. Yeah.
It's clean. But it wasn't. It was like whatever the material was made of. There was some sort of like spandex in it.
Right.
And it's
I know
to
what you
me,
mean.
it smelled like bug spray. And I was
I
like,
love that philosophy, though.
Nick,
but
it's me.
If it's old enough, it's clean. Like
Right.
that's why they don't clean
Totally.
the pyramids.
If anything was on it, it's dead by now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Some textiles, some brand
Yes.
new, they can have a chemically smell to them. I know what you're talking about.
You were so turned off by the smell, and it was the thing that you were wearing.
It's me.
I got delight out of
And I
it.
had to tell him. Once I realized it, I was like, I have to tell him. I was like, Nick, it's me. It's me that smells like bug spray.
I love that.
The smell is coming from within your shirt.
All right, this is all we have time for. Let's see if we can identify this movie.
Oh, yeah. Can a good-looking, hard-working chef get a beer around here? Come on, Tumbler, you ain't doing nothing. Hand me a beer, baby.
All right, let's go over to Eric. Hey there, Eric.
What's up?
Yeah, bud. Eric! We just want to find out what movie that's from. What movie, please?
Go on in 60 seconds.
You, sir, are correct. Yes, absolutely. And you are a winner. Case, what do we have for him?
Yeah, it's the gift card for Two Stones Pub. I just realized when I did the last giveaway that Two Stones Pub is 2SP. I didn't realize that. We all know Bob the Brewer, formerly of Iron Hill, and so he's with 2SP.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that, but it's this week's big freaking deal. You can get a $50 gift card to Two Stones Pub for just $25. Now, gift cards are valid on food and drinks at all 6 of the Two Stone Pub locations in Northern Delaware and Southeast PA, as well as the 2SP Tap House, and you can get this exclusive offer while supplies last at WMMR.com/deals.
All right, no fast food roundup this week, guys.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Nope, afraid not. But we do have to wrap up the Connoisseur, so Connoisseur music, please. Thank you. Thank you for joining us for this segment, but we do have to break now because today is the last day of Good Money It, and we have your first chance at winning $1,000. Only 5 times left. Do not miss it. We'll come back with that. Bizarre File stories on top of it, too. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on.
Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with this screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. Longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing,
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course,
Wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And you posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me, a chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
It looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in with the Star Wars movie where they froze on
Carbonite.
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 If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to, and the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal, your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you'll see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you, because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that's paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I would determine to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. and watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, yeah, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed,
right?
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone makes you. They make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great at it as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him and he was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti-that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody.
Yeah.
Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's just it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like
one of the best things in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know, to explain it, Preston, the dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity. It's the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Max amateur hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What was talking about like the act with the arrows and all that stuff. What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up. There was a guy who was in a water tank. and I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing.
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You can tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard, man.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's
right.
It's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. First of all, how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act.
Right.
And that's the context,
that's
correct?
The context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right.
Yeah. What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding. And they don't care if you're under 10. And listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, there's really no competition, it's all exhibition, they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for? I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
And that word would be smile, S-M-I-L-E. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. WMMR.com, through the MMR app, or you can text it, the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. And it is brought to you by Horizon Services, Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. So again, the word is SMILE, S-M-I-L-E. You need to enter that right now, and good luck to you. We're going to take a look at traffic and see what's up. Kath, what do you got for us this morning?
An accident on the Schuylkill Expressway westbound has it stopped from Passyunk to University. The left lane is blocked with the accident. Westbound also jams from the Boulevard to the Blue Route. Eastbound, heavy from the Boulevard into the Vine. On the Vine, westbound, you're jammed the length 95 to the Schuylkill. 95 southbound out of the Northeast, jamming up from Cottman into Bridge. AC Expressway eastbound, the off-ramp at Winslow. Exit 33 closed for paving. 42 freeway northbound backing up from 41 to 295. This traffic report brought to you by BQ Basements and Concrete. Now Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's do our Friday song.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Paramount Pictures. Smile 2, opening in theaters October 18th. That's tomorrow. No, that's today. Today. Global pop star Sky Riley. Naomi Scott faces terrifying, inexplicable events as the horrors escalate. Sky must confront her dark past to regain control before her life unravels. All right, your life would unravel if this happened to you. Here's a story for you. Insanity in the skies. It's not limited to just large commercial airline flights. Some people don't let the intimate setting of a much smaller plane keep them from acting as if they've never been around others before. A TikToker who set out to capture her day as she took a, quote, cute plane ride from Boston to Bar Harbor, Maine in a small 8-person plane. And she captured one such moment. During the flight, one of the passengers apparently couldn't hold his bladder until the plane landed.
Oh, no.
And he instead pulled a lunatic move, and he peed in a paper bag.
In a paper bag? Like a vomit bag?
It may have been, but I think vomit bags have at least
plastic
a ceiling.
Yeah.
But this did not. So the TikToker who goes by the name Nelly Blue had high hopes as she invited people to come with her on the very tiny little plane. She had her battery charged, and apparently she had used the facilities before beginning her journey. She takes her through the whole process of getting on board. She's enjoying the views from the small plane until things take a turn. The ride, as she explains in the caption, is now a literal nightmare. She puts her camera zoom to good use and gets close up on what she describes as the man sitting in front of me just peed in a paper bag and it's leaking.
Oh, my
And
God.
you could see it. You can see a puddle forming on the floor of the plane.
It's subhuman.
Oh, no.
She said this all went down with another hour left in the flight. In fact, Blue says that the passenger peed into the bag 15 minutes into the air above Cape Cod. The proper authorities were hopefully contacted, and fingers crossed they plan to make an example out of this guy. But I'll tell you what happened. As is when some people fly, we have to drink. We're going on a trip, so we go to the bar, have a few drinks. Dude forgot to go to the bathroom before he got on the plane, and clearly he had to go right away because it was only 15 minutes in, and he peed in the bag because they don't have a bathroom on a plane.
It wasn't a very long flight to begin with.
No, it was like an hour and 20 minutes or something. So. This is a better flying story. A paraglider flying over Egypt's Great Pyramid of Giza captured an unexpected sight. It was a dog on the very top of the ancient wonder.
It's so adorable.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Adventure athlete Marshall Mosher shared the viral footage on Instagram, writing in amazement. A dog climbed all the way up the Great Pyramid of Giza. Many viewers joked about the canine being the Egyptian god Anubis, while others expressed concern for the dog's safety. In a follow-up post, he went back to check on the dog to reassure viewers that it was okay. He explained that dogs live in the area and regularly climb the 454-foot pyramid. In fact, there's video of it working its way down, and he's just bounding down the steps.
This is what they do, and apparently, from what they say, Preston, a lot of times they will chase birds up the side of the pyramid.
Yeah, I believe it. And humans aren't allowed on that, but the dogs, they can't really stop them, so they just climb up onto the top of the pyramid. It's pretty awesome. A doctor in California, Harjalzine Walia, has filed a lawsuit against Coup d'Etat Restaurant.
No.
It's a great name.
That is a great name.
Claiming that she suffered chemical burns after eating a spicy appetizer called Dragon Balls. She alleges the dish, which contained Thai chili, caused
my balls!
severe damage to her vocal cords, esophagus, nostrils, and stated, I felt my entire mouth, the roof of my mouth, my tongue, my throat, and my nose burned like fire. After the meal, she rapidly lost her voice and was later diagnosed with internal chemical burns.
Wow.
So, and this was this thing on the menu, just available for anyone?
Yeah.
But I mean, the name certainly implies you're dealing with something hot.
Yeah.
She's seeking over $35,000, claiming the dish was unfit for human consumption.
Dragon balls are yummy.
Have you had them before?
No.
Okay.
It was like ball sacks are yummy.
Her lawsuit targets the restaurant staff and management for negligence, including the chef and server from that night, alleging they did not warn or adjust the dish's spice level despite her request for it to be mild. So, Steve,
Ball sacks are yummy!
She asked for it to be mild.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, that was the onus was on them to make sure it was.
Coup d'Etat has denied any wrongdoing.
Which balls are the yummiest, do you think?
Either like
a croquet, a meatball.
I like a conch fritter.
Yeah.
Is that a ball?
Yeah, it's ball-shaped.
Okay.
It's ballish.
Yeah, hush puppies are good. They're
Ball-like.
ball-shaped.
You know what?
Rice balls.
I'm going to have to give a real shout out to your mom's.
My mom's
meatballs.
meatballs.
Yeah.
Brazen.
She's home, by the way, Steve.
Yeah.
I'll have to order up some for next week.
All right, we only have time for one more story to be on time for our interview coming up. And this is a good one. It's a terrifying one, actually. Natasha Miller says she was getting ready to do her job preserving donated organs for transplantation when the nurses wheeled the donor into the operating room. She quickly realized something wasn't right. Though the donor had been declared dead, he seemed to her to be very much alive. She said he was moving around, kind of thrashing. Like moving and thrashing on the bed.
Would you stop moving? You're dead.
And then when we went over there, you could see that he had tears coming down. He was crying visibly. The donor's condition alarmed everyone in the operating room at Baptist Health Hospital in Richmond, Kentucky, including the 2 doctors who refused to participate in the organ retrieval. Miller said, but listen to this. Miller said she overheard the case coordinator at the hospital for her employer, Kentucky Organ Donor Affiliates, call her supervisor for advice. She said the coordinator calls the supervisor at the time, and she was saying that he was telling her that she needed to, quote, find another doctor to do it.
Wow.
He said that we are going to do this case. She needs to find someone else. And she's like, there's no one else. She was crying because she was getting yelled at. The organ retrieval was canceled, but some workers say they later quit over the entire incident, including another organ preservationist, Nicoletta Martin. She said, I've dedicated my entire life to organ donation and transplant. It's scary to me now that these things are allowed to happen and there's not more in place to protect donors. She was not assigned to the room that day, but she did check the case notes from earlier in the day, and she became alarmed when she read the donor showed signs of life when the doctors tried to examine his heart. And he had woken up during a procedure that morning for cardiac catheterization. They essentially take a probe into your heart, and the dude woke up. And this donor group wanted to go forward with this.
Well, that's evil if they're...
Yeah.
And if this is not the first time and they're letting... Remember that movie Coma, Preston, years ago?
They were harvesting...
harvesting organs from living patients.
Yeah. So, anyhow, the Kentucky State Attorney General's office wrote in a statement that investigators are, quote, reviewing the allegations. So we'll see how that goes.
Step 1, make sure they're dead.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Let's break right now because in about 10 minutes we have Mr. Billy Gardell joining us. And then shortly after that, Chris Jericho. Going to be in our studio today.
Absolutely.
Fozzie is playing at the Foundry tonight. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
But you said you weren't funny, you weren't a comedian or so on and so forth. It seems to me you okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, first of all, it was.
Yeah.
Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. And the sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage.
Right.
You know what I mean? And my thing is sports is good until it isn't.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they cause these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them.
Right.
But my deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good.
Yeah.
And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability. And it was one of the, before even sports, right? I mean, you were, you sketch and painting. And were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here.
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow.
I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good.
Oh.
And why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it is you have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too. For me, I would have went the whole art route. but no one was going to pay for that. Like, starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive. It's very, very rare.
Right, they're celebrated after they found.
Oh yeah, you've been dead 30 years. They're like, oh, now he gets the million.
Do you create every day? Still, do you?
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay,
faces.
but sketching
people.
over painting and all that.
Oh yeah, I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do, and that's how I survived.
Wow.
They would be like, "Man, you pretty good, man. Here's $5,000." But you know what? I would.
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I would be like, "Man, you need a painting." Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you. Yeah, you know, you're right, man. Here's $5,000. Flattery. Thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty, too.
Oh, yeah. Left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And you know what was wild? Some of the most talented people in the world. And they were sitting there, and these guys had degrees from everywhere. And I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude, if you start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's
Yes.
like it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
Just, I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Okay.
Wait, I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, I understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, you know. And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So, so speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. Like, so she's in 8th grade, and she's having like the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater. And it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody like loves each other, and it's just so positive. But like, she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more. We need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, hey, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, "Why you play the flute?" I was like, "I'm bigger than you. I can bitch more than you. So what? So now what?" And they were like, "Yeah, you're right."
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah.
And it's like, put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of like, okay, math and science. But you go to somebody's home now, they don't have microscopes hanging on the wall. You know what I mean? No, they got like, hey, like I play the guitar for so math and science. I don't necessarily. If that's not what you're gonna do, you're not gonna take that wherever you go, unless my brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math.
And that's fine.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not knocking it. But,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Love it.
Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. You're a revelation on the show, as is Andre Brower, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works
8
so well?
seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because we love each other, man.
Yeah.
And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing I'm gonna preach right now.
Yeah.
Competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall, it's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family, man. I don't know what else to say.
And everyone gets their moment. And also, you allow the self-deprecation, the stuff that they have you doing is hilarious.
I love it.
And again, a lot of people forget, out of the gate, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe for Best Comedy Series and so on and so forth. And then suddenly I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally
going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. You know, when you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But just as the deal, and you want to talk about math and science, if you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is
MMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. We're waiting on Billy Gardell to join us, but Nick, you wanted to give a shout out, please?
Yeah, so I had the Bud Light kickoff event last night at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe up in Northeast Philly, and it was so much fun. It was a packed house, so thanks to Joe and George and everybody from Bud Light for hosting once again, because they do a great job. But the winner last night was this guy named Matt Hauser. Matt is a great dude. He's a huge MMR fan. Casey, he came up to Cardboard Classic last year, and he was wearing a T-shirt that said "You're so fart."
Oh my God!
Yeah, that was the thing of the time. Yeah. You're so
nicest
fart.
dude on the planet. He's a huge fan and friends with the guys from Silvertide. He grew up with them, and he ended up just being the winner. You know, we pulled his name at random, which was really cool. He got the key to open the lockbox, and he wanted to send this out to his sons, who are named Cash, named after Johnny Cash, and Lane, named after Lane Staley. So Matt Hauser, this one's for you.
Excellent. Well, you know what? I got time. We can do a couple of more of these shorts, and I can make good on these, make sure I get them out there. I mentioned the other day that County Line Nursery near the Souderton area
going out of business.
is going out of business. Unfortunately, they had Branchy, our tree, our Christmas tree.
The loneliest Christmas tree.
Melanie is a gal who's worked there. I've met her there on a few occasions, and she sent me this. She said she wanted to give a couple of shout outs, and I'm going to condense this because it's not crazy long, but I'm just going to condense it a little bit. It says, first, a shout out to your crew. Thank you for indulging my love for your show and my job. To the customer, she said, it was a pleasure. Every planter and conversation I was involved in was filled with joy. Also, for the crew, thank you for to the beautiful Bieberfeld family. I said, I've learned so much that you've helped me in my homesteading journey. Denny and Harris, you deserve the exciting new chapter. Susan, thank you so much for being a mentor to me. Allie, you are truly an impressive person. I cannot wait to see what you do with your life. And I'd love to end this, she says, with a Seagulls Stop It Now.
What?
And the juiciest shout out. I assume it's an inside joke.
Oh, okay.
And that is from Melanie Zygmunt. So thank you, Melanie. And there's a juicy one.
There you go.
Sorry about the going out of
it's
business.
a little piece
sad.
of your own personal history, and it's going away. But you always have the memories of Branchy.
Here is a couple of the shout outs. This says, hey, Preston, my boyfriend has grown up listening to your show. We both love you guys, and I was hoping that you could give Joey Keenan and his detail shop, 26 Auto Detail in Warrington, a shout out for having a successful 2 years of business. This will feel like Christmas morning to him. Thank you, and WMMR for cheering up our mornings kindly. That is from Kara Russo. So, shout out to you. This is all right. I'm going to do a personal shout out.
Oh, yay.
Do it.
I want to shout out to Kathy Romano.
Okay.
Wow.
Because yesterday, Kathy made me laugh so hard, and it was after our live broadcast at Subaru. So I'm sitting at a light, waiting for it to turn green, and I'm just lost in my thoughts and whatever. The light turns green, and within a millisecond,
I love it.
She just leans on her horn. And
was this leaving Subaru?
Yeah. And I look back and I see it was her, and I flipped her off, and I was just, I was laughing all the way to the Ben Franklin Bridge.
I told you.
And across the bridge.
I had my hand on, I was like, oh, this is perfect. We're at a red light. I put my hand on the horn, and my eyes were just fixated on the light. And the second it turned green.
That's pure comedy right there.
We just talked about that.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out to Steve because I was behind Steve leaving, and you and I got into the same predicament trying to get on to, I guess maybe that's Route 30.
It's terrible.
It was terrible.
It's terrible. You come down and you don't even have space to yield.
Yeah.
And like you try to, and you're right. And what's happening is traffic's coming a hard right to get off.
Yeah.
And so
so you're getting on as other cars are trying to get off.
At the same exact spot.
And so you and I got stuck, and I was like, I don't know what you're saying, but I know that there's some F words in there.
Oh, there's a ton. And then I slammed, and you saw me take off.
Dude, listen, your car is awesome.
Well, that's what you need. Yeah. That's what you wanted for. Really, to get out of those situations. But there are a handful of places around this area, and you guys know, where whoever designed it was not thinking?
Mhm.
Because that is exactly the point of entry and departure for two different road.
It was
systems.
terrible.
Yes, it's horrible.
Yeah, don't give us a yield. Give us a stop sign.
Stop
because
sign.
they gave us a yield
Yes.
sign, and it's not a yield intersection.
Yeah,
It's
you saw
definitely
that. Yeah.
Some listeners pointed out what the Seagull Stop It Now thing is.
Oh,
Remember
okay.
that Yoda bad lip reading from probably a decade ago at this point? I think maybe we played the audio at some point. It's really hilarious. It's a song that goes along with that bad lip reading YouTube channel.
Okay.
And the name of the song is Seagulls Stop It Now. It's very funny.
Oh, I'll have to.
Yeah,
Go back and check that out.
It was a hit in our household. We played it a lot. It's like one of those catchy tunes,
right?
For the bad lip reading guys. But anyway, that's what she was referencing
All right.
in that email. Preston.
Okay. All right.
It's hilarious.
Rings a bell, but I'll have to go back and watch it.
It's
'cause
from
I
a
don't
while
remember
back.
it. All right. Here's another one that says, I would love to ask for a favor, a birthday shout out to my son. He's a great fan of your show. Was listening to you guys already when he was in middle school, when the time you changed stations, and one day he had silence on the radio without knowing what happened. He was crying for days. Thank God you guys are back. We were back in the air shortly after that. His name is Chris Bizat. And he is going to be 31 years old October 16th, so I just missed it.
Is that incredible?
And this will be the first time he's not around for his birthday because my husband's job relocated us to North Carolina, and he stayed in PA. And I want to let my son know how proud I am of him. He lost over 100 pounds recently, and he also got his real estate license, works out of the same office where Kathy's brothers are.
Oh, really?
Realtors in Keller Williams at Bluebell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who is it?
His name is Chris Bizat. And Agnes, it says, thank you so much in advance, Agnes Preston. Proud mother and of a huge Preston C fan. So here's your
She
shout
named
out.
herself after you, Preston.
Did. That was really nice of her.
Oh, that's funny. I believe it's just my brother's group in there. So I wonder if he's part of my brother's group.
They might know him. And then this is another one. Says, hey, this is a butt plug. My name is Kelly McGinley. I was hoping to get a butt plug for my team Fighting ALS for Karen, which is participating in the Philadelphia ALS Walk, which benefits ALS United Mid-Atlantic. The organization helps families in the area facing an ALS diagnosis. Our team is coming together for the second year in a row in honor of my mom, Karen Meenan, who was diagnosed with ALS in March of 2023 at 63 years old. Last year, my mom was walking, talking, cut the ribbon to kick off the walk. And this year, she was relying on our family for all of her daily needs. The disease is ugly, and we want to do anything we can to help other families facing this diagnosis. And we raised over $30,000 last year and hope to do the same this year. She sent a link. I sent it over to Nick. Do you know when this event is?
It's November 16th. All the information's up on the community page at PrestonandSteve.com. You can there's a direct link to their page, so you can contribute to Fighting for Karen, or you can just participate in the walk itself, or you can make a general donation for to battle ALS.
Yes, absolutely. So that's on PrestonandSteve.com.
Yeah, it's a horrible disease.
Oh my God,
it just robs you of you and all our best wishes for the family.
All right, and then one last one because we do have Billy Gardell on the line. Hey, Presbo, good morning at Presbo and gang. Hope you guys are having a great month. I want to start off with a shout out to the wonderful people at the Gloucester County EMS and amazing people at Inspira Medical Center in Mullica Hill. On Saturday, my dad, James, was unloading some shrubs he had cleaned up and fell out of the bed of his truck, hit his head, lost consciousness. Thankfully, a bystander saw my dad and called 911. When I got to the ER, my father was alert and oriented. He has type 2 diabetes. They were concerned that it might be something with his heart. And throughout his stay from the emergency room till discharge, everyone treated him like he was their own father. And I'll be forever grateful for the loving and dedicated care from the doctors, nurses, techs, food workers, and maintenance staff. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking care of dear old dad. So that is the Gloucester County EMS and Inspira Medical Center, and that is Lily and James Moss. So we're going to make sure that got out there.
Those people mean a lot when you're encountering stuff like that.
And that is what I have for you chart-wise this morning. All right, our next guest is on the line, and
He's also
via
on the
Zoom,
wall.
and we will all be turning sideways to look at him. There we go. Much better. All right, we would like to welcome a good friend of the show, Mr. Billy Gardell.
Hi, what is happening, you guys? Thanks for having me back on. I appreciate you.
Anytime, my man. And I want to make sure people know that you've got a gig Saturday night at Live Casino. It's in the event center, and you're doing stand-up once again. And, man, we have to, people say this to you, I'm sure, when they see you now. The weight loss is unbelievable. You look amazing. You got to feel great. You lost 173 pounds.
Yeah, I went from a young Jackie Gleason to an old Paul Neumann. I don't know what happened.
I'll tell you this, though. Sometimes when there's that dramatic of a weight loss, you're a dapper looking dude now.
Yeah. That's very kind. I'm also unrecognizable, so that's why I've really had to work hard on my press. Like I'm, and it's in my age as well. I came off Bob Hart's Abishola after Mike and Molly.
Right.
At the end of Bob Hart, I've been in the TV world for like 11 years, but at the last 3, I took those 3 years off to get healthy. And then I decided to come back out and do stand-up again. And I realized that, boy, it's an internet business now. So I literally just got on social media about 4 weeks ago and I'm like, no, I was the guy from the, no, it's me.
I know.
So, it's been a weird transition.
When the weight is coming off, do your management, your agents, are they telling you that this is this can be an issue for a career with somebody in your position?
Man, I didn't even think about that.
Okay.
I was in a place with my health where I don't care what it was. I had to get it done. Like I was type 2 diabetic. I just heard you, and I'm so glad your dad's okay. I heard that as I was tuning in, man.
Yeah.
And I had high blood pressure and cholesterol was going. Like you can't once the math starts going sideways, you can't outrun those numbers.
And this is COVID. You were checking all the boxes.
Dude, that thing was outside doing push-ups waiting for me. I had sleep apnea, smoker, asthma, type 2 diabetes, and obesity. So I had to literally do something drastic to get healthy. So that's why I elected to get the surgery 3 years ago. And now, I have to live like all the people I made fun of. So that's, I guess, karma.
No. And I bet you, and here's what happens. And it's something like years ago, and we tell people, the last thing people want to have happen is they're clubbed over the head about their health and so on and so forth. I always say, use it as imagine the person in your life who's going to be most affected or crying if you pass. If it's not for you, because we tend to, I can do it. But think about the collateral people in your life, and you talk about your family, and you're like, you want to be there for them, and so you got proactive. But Preston brings up the point. Rebel Wilson went through the same thing, and she talked about her managers and agents saying, I don't know if we're going to be able to book you for the same things. And she's like, yeah, but I'm going to live.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And that's the thing.
I was very lucky because my manager's always got my back. We've been together for 30 years on a handshake, and he's like, whatever, we'll figure it out, But also Chuck Lorre was incredibly supportive too. Like the 3rd year of the show is when I said I wanted to do this, and he was like, look, man, I want you to be around as long as you can. He goes, I'll write it. He goes, your guy had a heart attack at the beginning of the show anyway. He's supposed to get healthier. So we'll just put little nods in there like, hey, you're looking good, Bob. You eating a salad, Bob? And so they kind of layered it in and let it happen on the course of the show, which was great.
It's great. And, when you've always been a friend of the show coming into
you guys, I love you guys. And thank you for having me back on, man. I'm the oldest guy on the internet. I just feel like I'm on the internet going, go around. I'm trying to post. Go around. So bad. So bad.
But we knew you initially stand up. And
you guys have been the whole ride, man.
Yeah.
So you were kind enough to have me on when I didn't have a show as a stand-up, then on Mike and Molly, then again on Bob, and now again. So thank you guys.
No, our pleasure. But my point in being is that your stand-up has always been a gem. It's always been something that you are really great at. And I was watching some scenes of you in the new version 2.0.
Right.
You still got it. It's something you don't lose. It's in your DNA. So is it thrilling for you to take the stage again?
It was. I thought I was done with it, man. I thought, I'm going to get healthy. I took that 3 years off, and I thought, okay, I think I'm just done. I think I'm at peace with it. But I had some buddies that kept annoying me to get back up on stage in a good way, Christopher Titus and Alonzo Bowden, Leno and Steve Byrne and Ian Bagg. Those guys were all like, hey, man, come on. I was like, I think I'm done. But then I went down to Irvine at the Improv, and I saw Ian Bagg, and I took my wife, and he was having one of those nights. where he was just, Ian's always hilarious, but he's having one of those nights you love as a comic where you're just shredding and everything's working. And man, I don't know what it was. I got that twitch in my shoulder, and I looked at my wife. I go, "Oh no!" And she goes, "What?" I go, "I got to go back up." And so I went to open mic nights in Burbank for about 3 months to get the rust off. And after the first few punches in the head, eating it, you're like, okay, I remember how to do this. And then it was like learning, like you said, learning to work in this body. This body has been weird for me, man. I didn't recognize myself for like literally 2 years. Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean, you lose 170 pounds, like that's a lot of change. Mm-hmm. One of the funny ones I'll tell you guys was my gyroscope was off, man. I was taking corners too fast. It was like going from a minivan to a sports car.
I can see that.
Listen, I fell over 3 times in my kitchen coming around the corner. My wife would just start going, "Watch that corner. Watch that corner." I just come around. I took it too quick, man. I just went over.
That makes, because your spatial sense is
off.
For years you've dealt with the larger frame.
Yeah, man. I lumbered.
Yeah.
But then also on stage, there was a little bit of an energy change because I went from the guy that was like, "Get out of the way," to, "Oh my God, I'm sorry, did I bump you?" Like I became that guy.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of a transition in there too. But I have to say, it's been great. It's like, I think I'm doing it just for the love of the game at this point.
That's great.
And so it feels good. And I'm in little clubs, man, and, just trying to figure it out.
When getting back to the mic, obviously you've got to have material. Did that fall back pretty naturally to you to go mining for things to talk about? Really?
For 3 months, I really showed my age. It was horrible. I couldn't remember anything or where anything went. And now after grinding a little bit, I've been out 4 months. I probably got, 10, 15 new at the top, 10 new at the back. And then in the middle, there's like 20, 30 minutes of greatest hits, but also I kind of put some Band-Aids on them to get into them in a new way, but I needed to do that for the time. So the good thing is the old stuff I've been doing is I've been feeding that to the internet because the kids have never seen me. I mean, I'm like a new thing. Who's this old guy is what I am. And then my other fans, like I said, there's a balance of new stuff. So as I'm putting the old stuff on the internet, I'm replacing it and writing this new hour, which is all about, being an empty nester, losing the weight and getting healthy. And then I've been writing in defense of these kids today. I think there's low-hanging fruit when we rip on these kids, and I got one, so I'm rooting for them. And I want them to know there's an adult out there rooting for them.
Right.
But I come at it from the angle of, like, I'm Generation X. Just think of me as like the ghost of Christmas past. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. I hear everybody say these kids need to toughen up. Well, we did that to them. We raised a generation of house cats. That's on us.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. That's not on them.
Yeah.
And I go and I tell the younger ones, I go, the reason we did that was because nobody watched us.
Yeah.
I go, Generation X, I go, these parents were so bad. They had a commercial at night. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? They had to remind them we were on the planet.
Yeah. You have children.
No, you're right.
So I like to connect with the kids that way. And what's really been cool is I'm getting an audience of older fans because of CBS, but then starting to get little pockets of the younger people. And it's really a nice mix to have them both in the room at the same time.
So do you have someone doing your stuff? Because listen.
Okay, hold on one second. Yeah. This is my Jagoff manager. Yeah, I'm doing the interview now. Can you leave me alone? Thank you.
Was that Eve?
Idiot. No, Eve's lovely.
Eve's lovely.
Hey, didn't you have something this morning?
By the way, Jagoff is an underused term.
Yeah.
Bring back Jagoff. That's terrific. I want to hear it more often. Thank you, Billy.
Yeah. We have two, Jagoff and Pud.
Yeah, Pud is a classic. Hey, speaking of which, man, those kind of phrases, I came up with a great idea. I think you guys will dig this. This is my $1 billion idea. So if you find any investors, push them my way. Here's what we need for Generation X retirement. You know how all the malls are dying?
Yeah.
Put rooms in there, give us an arcade, a food court, and a record store, and a doctor's office. We won't have to bother anybody ever again.
I love that.
Retirement home.
Turn a moderate-sized mall into a retirement village
for Gen Xers,
and you'd have that sense of nostalgia of your Suncoast video, your arcade,
the food court.
Yeah,
We got the food court. I was telling my kid, I go, at one point, a trip to the mall was a big day.
Yes.
I don't know what happened to us. I really don't know what happened to us.
I think it's been robbed, and we, the third season of Stranger Things explored mall culture. It's become, Kevin Smith, obviously, with Mallrats. It is that thing, and it's hard to explain. And the last thing you want to be is one of those. As you're talking about being the old guy, in my day we had this, but it's something unique, and you're sad to see it go because I don't think anything really replicates it now.
No, it doesn't. And I have a couple philosophies. One is I really believe social media has killed our community because when we were watching television movies and going to musical events, there was a communal thing there. We were watching art together and then comparing notes about how it made us feel. Now, we're just obsessed with watching each other. And therefore, there's never a communal thing where you go, hey, did you see? And every now and then something breaks through the ice. But where it used to be like we had things in common to talk about. Social media, while it feels like we're all doing the same thing, I think we're all actually splintered apart.
I remember years ago, one of I talk about this, the Darren McGavin, the Night Stalker debuted on ABC. It was a made-for-TV movie. I begged my mother to let me stay up and watch it. And Billy, on the school bus the next day, it was like, did you see that?
Yeah.
You don't have that. Yeah.
Right.
No.
Right. We had that communal thing, man. And that's what I think is missing, And I worry about that for our kids, I worry that they're all splintered into, because when you hear them talk, they'll say, have you seen so-and-so or have you heard so-and-so? And they'll go, no, what's that?
Yeah.
So they're all in their own bubbles. I'm like, you guys need a communal thing. That was the beauty of Generation X, was we all had to kind of get together because there was nobody really else guiding the ship, but we found these communal things to do, and I think they're missing that.
Absolutely.
Well, what I love about comedy, though, is stand-up comedy, is that you don't see a whole lot of cell phones out. It just, it's abnormal to film a comedy show, and if you go to some of the bigger shows, you can't even.
They won't let you do it.
You can't even bring your phone in, so at least you're dialed in.
I agree with you, and I think that's really important. First of all, to pay attention, to not miss the nuances of stand-up, those of us that know nuance. And I also think that it might be the last bastion of this communal thing because comics are kind of like rock stars right now.
What's funny is I watch probably 90% of television with the subtitles on, but when I watch a comedy special, I can't have them on because the punchline comes up on the screen before the pacing.
And
the pacing.
A second later, right?
Yeah. I hate that.
I wanted to ask you about the social media thing, and because that is in of itself an occupation and a profession. Do you have people handling that for you?
I had to hire a guy to do it. I mean, I don't have any idea how to do any. I don't know what's happening there. I send this kid videos, and then we edit them together, and then I say, okay, start the joke there, but he has to post all that because I don't know how it'll work any of that. I'll tell you the funny part. I'm on, what am I on? I'm on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook.
I saw you on TikTok. I've seen a couple of videos.
Okay, good. Yeah. I'm glad it's getting through. I don't even have that on my phone. He does that. My thing is I'm always, I don't know how to navigate and do all that stuff. So he takes care of that. So I don't have to think about that. I just have to produce comedy.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do. But I have to figure out how to do it so that I do want to thank fans and say, hey, and connect with people. So I'll get there. The thing that sucked was when I started with Instagram and TikTok, I had I think there was 24 fake Billy Gardell Instagrams, and I think there was 12 on TikTok. And all I kept thinking was, if you're going to lie about who you are, pick a better person. Aim higher. Be Tom Cruise. Be Brad Pitt. Why are you messing with me?
Yeah. I guess people would fall for it. Billy, I took my son to visit a couple of schools in Pittsburgh not that long ago. We saw Carnegie Mellon and Pitt, and he loved both of them. Yeah, it's so nice. And I hadn't been to Pittsburgh in forever, so I wanted to ask you, because he's considering both of them. He's a senior in high school now. What's your favorite part about Pittsburgh, and what's the least favorite? What's the worst part about Pittsburgh?
Well, first of all, what's your kid into?
He's like engineering, so Carnegie Mellon's right up his alley, and Pitt is right next to Carnegie Mellon. They're both great schools.
Great schools. If you can get into Carnegie Mellon, that's the cream of the crop. My favorite thing about Pittsburgh, especially downtown, is it's still a vibrant city. There's still a lot to do there. There's a good culture there as far as arts. You know, people think of us as steel mill people and coal miners, and we have that faction. But you know, remember, too, Andy Warhol came out of there. You know what I mean? A lot of great actors came out of there. So we have a great blend of working class and artistry in Pittsburgh, which I really love. And the downside, I think, is probably just like any other East Coast town. It's the winter. Can you live through the hawk? That's the thing. Can you? Like my kid's from California, and he looked at some schools in the East. He's like, I'm not. He goes, let's go toward the schools in October. I'm like, no, let's go toward the schools in February. Let's see how you feel.
That's your real litmus test. Well, because I was reading about you, and you're from the area there. And then you moved down, I think, with your mom to Florida, correct?
Yeah, my parents got divorced when I was about 10 or 11. And so my mom remarried this dirtball who was going to move to Florida and start a construction company. So we ended up down in Florida. And then my dad, God, I don't even think you could legally do this. At the end of the school year, my dad would put me, my brother, and my sister, I think I was 10 or 11, they were 6 or 7. They put us on a Greyhound bus. And we went all the way from Orlando back up to Pittsburgh to spend the summer with him.
So you'd summer in Pittsburgh.
It was summering in Pittsburgh. I did. That's why I was summering in Pittsburgh.
But 3 children on a bus unaccompanied?
Unaccompanied.
Oh my God.
With about $25 in our pocket.
It would happen quite often where it was a different time. But yeah, the cast and the whole process of Mike and Molly coming together, you coming out of stand-up with that pedigree. I mean, you know, I was going through the people involved with that show are amazing.
Had an incredible surrounding team. Like when you're talking about Mike and Molly. Right?
Yeah.
Mike and Molly, just the quick rundown. Melissa, went to college, I think, in Southern Illinois, and Groundlings, and had already had a TV show when she got there. Katie Mixon played the sister. She was from Carnegie Mellon. Reno Wilson, who played my partner, came out of the School of Fame in New York. Nyambi was a Shakespearean-trained actor. Lou Mastillo and Swoosie Kurtz out of Broadway.
Yeah.
Rondi Reed out of Steppenwolf, and then me coming out of a comedy club kitchen. You guys doing a show? Huh? Can I be a part of it? But the gift was, man, the gift was they were so great. Like, we all connected on such a level. And then we had Jimmy Burrows directing us, you know, who directed Cheers and Taxi and Friends. And then you got Chuck Lorre. So I really stepped into this place where I was going to really get coached in the rightest way. And then, like I said, that cast and we were all so tight. And I think it's because we were all over 40, you know, so when we hit, it wasn't like, I'm going to need a velvet hat with green M&Ms. And, you know, everybody was like, we got good parking, we got free coffee, we got insurance. Nobody blow this.
Yeah, no, you put it in perspective. You said, in fact, I was reading I think it was James Burrows gave you a piece of really salient advice that I thought was brilliant. Can you relay that?
Yes, sir. And it's chapter 11 in his book, because I got it highlighted. I can't even believe I'm in there. But he said, kid, I want to talk to you. And I said, all right. And he comes into my dressing room and he said, I want to give you an old phrase. The fish thinks with the head. He goes, if you come in here and you act like a gentleman and you're kind to everybody, he goes, you're going to have that grow in the middle of your set. He goes, if you come in here and you act like a jerk and you're arrogant, that will grow in your set. Wow. And then he didn't tell me what to do. He just looked at me and goes, I hope you make the right choice.
Wow.
He left my dressing room.
And that lived with you. That's so good because it's so
really
true.
He told me, he said, I'm the second nicest guy in show business.
There you go. Yeah.
Number 2. He said, number 1 is Ted Danson.
Ah, cool. Oh. Yeah.
So that's pretty good air.
Yeah. That's pretty good company to be in. We heard a story about Martin Sheen on the day one of the West Wing. He literally walked around to every person, every grip, everybody. And then he also said hi and introduced himself as if they had no idea who he was. And then they insisted that they all would have lunch together.
That's what Burroughs did with us, too. He said, and we knew our camera guys, our grip guys, our wardrobe people, our lighting people. Like, everybody knew everybody's name. We were a very close-knit group. But Burroughs said with the cast, that was one of his things. He was like, go out to dinner this week. Learn who has kids. Learn who doesn't. Learn where you came from. Learn about each other. He goes, because if you don't like each other, I'm not going to believe you like each other.
Wow. Yeah, that's great.
That is.
We really took that to heart.
By the way, it's you had mentioned Chuck Lorre a couple times. It's his birthday today, so make sure you send him a text.
I already did, brother. Believe me. I'm going over to wash his car later.
Never stop. Never stop.
I love it, man.
Your show's tomorrow night. When are you coming out?
Tomorrow morning. I'm in Chicago right now. We're doing some promotion for the syndication. Bob Hart-Abishola just started syndication about a week ago, so I'm here doing some promo for that. And that show's going to be on in syndication now. And it's not like it used to be because all these streaming services, but probably about a quarter of the power of that. But I didn't know that we were going to get any of that with the streaming situation, so I'm very grateful for that. So I'm just in Chicago, promoting, taking 2 bites of pizza, and then I'll be able to Phillies to get 2 bites of Vagino's. That's all I can have.
Very good.
I get 2 bites of everything. That's it.
Billy, just going back to your weight for just a second, because your hand moved across in front of the camera, and I saw your wedding ring there. Did you have to, after you lost the weight, did you have to get another ring?
I did. And the other one's sitting on my desk. It looks like something out of Lord of the Rings. Like, who was wearing that? What orc had that thing on? Yeah.
What'd you do with all your fat clothes?
I got rid of most of them. I donated most of them, but I always said, my wife was like, you have to donate these. And I was like, I will. But I'm like, how many 370-pound fat guys are walking around homeless? Like, how many?
Right.
They're just one dude that's going to have a great wardrobe. But what I did do was they say you should keep something as a reminder. So I kept my biggest suit, and it hangs in my closet next to all my little clothes now, and it's just a reminder. That thing, I'm pretty sure I could cover a pitcher's mound during a rain delay.
Well, that's something for your TikTok. That's something, what?
That's my reminder. You know what? You're right. I should put that on there. That's a good one.
Here's what you do. And on the TikTok, you should be seen selling it to David Byrne from Talking Heads.
And this is not my house. This is not my wife.
At what point?
How did I get here?
At what point did you say, okay, it's time for new clothes? Because you often see people who lose a lot of weight and you're like, okay, it's time to buy new clothes. Stop putting those big clothes on.
I got to give my wife credit because there's such body dysmorphia when you're really heavy. Because, the same part of your brain that allows you to look in the mirror at 370 and go, I look all right. Well, when you're losing weight, I can't explain. It's like your eyes don't focus for about 2 years. Yeah. But I didn't buy any clothes. I lost probably 80 pounds that first year, and I hadn't bought any new clothes, and everything was baggy and hanging off me. And my wife goes, you look like Tom Hanks in Big. You need new clothes.
I love it. All right. Well, Billy, we're excited that you're going to be in town. He's going to be performing at Live Casino at the Event Center of the show.
Great room.
Yes, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and you can go to livecasinohotel.com. Make a night of it. Go down early, get a bite to eat, go see Billy's show, hang out, gamble, do the whole thing. It's all right there for you. We are so happy for you, sir. So excited that you're back on the stage.
I love you guys, and forgive my tardiness this morning. I had one that wouldn't get off the line with me before I got to you. But from the bottom of my heart, man, for literally the last 15 years, you guys have been one of the stalwarts for me. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. We love you, Billy. Thank you. Billy Gardell. Go see him. He is so damn funny.
Naturally funny.
Just that's it. Naturally funny.
I don't think he would call us jagoffs.
No, that would be
puns.
Jagoff.
Yeah.
Jaggoff, right?
I love the way he goes over to the phone and it's my Jagoff agent.
He's such a nice guy.
He is, absolutely. Well, we got another really nice guy coming in here in a couple minutes, Chris Jericho. Is he here?
Yeah.
Is he in the Acme Lounge?
I believe his tour bus is in the parking lot.
Excellent. Fozzie is playing tomorrow night, or actually tonight. They're at the Foundry, so we'll get
Very cool.
Get Chris in here, and he has always got stories and good stuff to talk about. So we'll take a quick break. We will come back in a moment. We will do that. And don't forget also, good money at our last opportunity for winning $1,000 comes your way at 10 a.m. So don't miss it. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
5,000 homes.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute. Why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes, yeah.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes, and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. It's just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second.
For a second.
That was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
What was that like? Because he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was the trick was we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. Like you got to, but see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, we got something for you. You should have seen at the premiere. They were like, hey, what is going on? No.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that. And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever. He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that I was, Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. What the hell's happening? And it was so good, dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with, he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You know?
He is.
He knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep. But you gotta listen. First of all, there's two people you can't imagine, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to be irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I want to be like, you got to get Terry Crews, or you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like, in everything that I do, I want it to just be me. And that's what the ultimate in creativity is. You know what I mean? And when you got Ryan, when he created that character, he made it his. I can't even see it any other way. It was an honor.
Well, I think now you can say we need a Terry Crews type, and people know exactly what you're looking for. So you've reached that. Any shot of you returning? It has, because it's happened before, as a in the Marvel universe or DC.
Ooh, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. In fact, when you look at Deadpool, I didn't die. I was literally on life support at the end. I was laying on the ground. They were pumping my chest.
It's true.
Beep, beep, beep. So anything can happen.
I'd love to see that.
I'm open to all of it because I can.
Yeah.
My deal is to always keep people surprised. I like to pop out of your cereal box. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what is he doing? What is this? I literally, because this is the thing. Everyone had me at this kind of career.
Yeah.
And my deal is, you can do anything. I want to show people I exist to show you what's possible. And that's for real.
Well, but the truth of the matter is whenever we see you, and this is the ultimate compliment, we know it's going to be a good time. You're in so many things that we enjoy. That, in our microcosm here, when people say, like, when they listen to the show and it gets into a tough time or something, that's the ultimate compliment. You're that exponentially with so much that you do in those projects. That's got to be,
that's got to be so fulfilling.
But this is why, again, growing up in Flint, Michigan, and the whole log line was, you're going to hate your life. So, you got to get ready to make the sacrifice right now. And I was like, no. I am only going to do what I love. Yeah. If I make a little bit of money, fine. But I'm only going to do what I love. But you know what happens? Everything I'm doing now, I would do for free. I'll be honest with you. I'll do AGT for free. I would do Brooklyn Nine-Nine for free. But what happens is when you love it that much, they pay you a lot of money.
Well, that is the advice I tell our interns. Or my father, both Preston and I fathers gave us the same advice. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you will naturally excel at it because you will invest the time in it. And with that will come the reward.
Dude, I feel like I am playing all the time. I just said play. And when I get there, it's like, my God, who gets this? Who gets this? You know what I mean?
Well, you deserve it, man. You really do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. America's Got Talent, Mondays, 8 o'clock, and it's the Champions that's going on right now.
That's it.
Make sure that you check it out. Dude, we loved you here last time you were here. We absolutely loved it. You got to come back anytime you're in Philly. We love having you here.
I love coming
You're
here,
such
guys.
a positive energy force. So.
First of all, when people talk about this stuff too, people kind of there's people who roll their eyes like, yeah, Mr. Positive. But first of all, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that's not true. No. And this is the deal. Because what's happening is your brain is like, it grows weeds. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And you constantly got to pluck that junk out.
Yeah.
All the crap, all the little stuff, all that mess. You got to always, this is why you have to clean your house. This is why you have to dust all the time. Because if you leave it there, it's going to get dirty and it's going to get messed up. So this is the part of being positive, is reminding myself what's true, what's real. Like, it is up to you. You can do it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's not hyperbole. It's not, oh, man, we're pie in the sky. This is for real stuff, man. I don't want anybody to mix it up and think that I'm just like blah, blah.
No, we firmly believe in what you're saying, creative visualization, seeing the prize and going after it. People who dispense and dismiss it will pay the price for it. And there's so much to be gleaned if you allow yourself to buy into it and move forward, because ultimately everyone wants everyone to realize their optimum, their maximum, and that's something that you can achieve.
I'm with it, man.
It's not just crap.
I'm with it.
I love
Let's go. I'm pumped now. Let's work out again. I don't want to be your whore.
Perfect segue. Let's hear it for Terry Crews. Love you, man. Thanks for being here. Terry Crews.
TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but MeTV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right. That's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the moon.
If my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon, essentially, was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon. But not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
Huh. I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Do you remember in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
The audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't.
What's
you were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was going to say they handle everything.
They Harry your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too.
A Middletown man pleaded guilty Monday in federal court to trafficking protected turtles. 62-year-old David Summers of Levittown struck a plea agreement with federal prosecutors and pleaded guilty to one felony count of violating the Lacey Act and agreed to forfeit nearly 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, according to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Prosecutors said Summers admitted that he falsely labeled the trafficked turtles taken from the New Jersey marsh habitat between August 2014 and October 2017. He acknowledged sending a package containing 11 of them to Canada and mislabeling the package as a book to underreport its value. Officials from the Environment and Climate Change Canada intercepted the package of turtles and alerted American authorities.
Today marks a major step forward in the
It's so bizarre.
of turtles.
Do you know
This guy was making a ton of money.
I had no idea they were worth that much.
He made $500,000 over 3 years.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go
It's
ship
better than
turtles.
cocaine.
Shipping turtles.
Shipping turtles.
All right, so wait, what did
my stuff?
what did he get pinched for? Lying about it or just
No, the
shipping it in general?
Yeah, the package. The Canadian government intercepted the package, and then they contacted the United States.
So, yes, some of these endangered exotic animals can draw incredible money.
All right, so I can't go do that as a cottage industry.
No.
As long as I ship it and package it correctly.
No, you can't.
It doesn't matter. It's just straight up illegal. Okay.
Yes. Summers' sentencing will take place on May 15th. The 62-year-old could be sentenced to as many as 5 years behind bars, 3 years of supervised release, a $250,000 fine, and restitution to New Jersey for the value of the turtles.
Imagine you end up in a cell and the guy with you said, triple homicide. What are you in for? Turtles.
Turtles. I don't know where he's picking these things up at, but there is
Turtle City
when
in
you're
New
going,
Jersey.
All right, but when you're going into Wildwood, right?
Yeah.
Like North Wildwood, because I ride my bike there all the time. They have all these turtle crossing signs, which is great.
Yes.
But there's a huge wall barrier that is in the middle of the road, and I'm like,
how do they clear that?
They don't.
They
don't. Like, so if you clearly know that turtles are crossing here, why did you put up a wall for them to just get smashed by cars?
There's no opening in the wall?
None.
There's no sign. Turtles go through here.
No, and I don't think they can read either.
That's
Case, so these turtles are protected under New Jersey law and by an international treaty. They are not found in the wild in Pennsylvania, but where Summers resided, but they have a dwindling habitat range in neighboring New Jersey. So there are some in New Jersey, but it's completely legal. And this guy apparently he worked for numerous Republican candidates in Bucks County in recent years and was previously a reporter. He previously covered news for the Trentonian, Bucks County Courier-Times, and the News Network, and also wrote for LevittownNow.com between 2013 and 2014.
And not another turtle story, please.
Seriously.
I like turtles. Love them. That's that little kid grew up to be.
That's him.
Oh my God, it's him.
I love turtles. All that comes across my desk are goddamn turtle stories.
I'm telling you for years.
Couldn't you see the signs?
You interviewed me when I was a kid.
It was a cry for help.
By the way, that song I played, Judas, this past August hit 100 million streams. Amazing, right?
Unbelievable.
And ladies and gentlemen, Fozzie is at the Foundry tonight. Chris Jericho.
Nick's got the giggles.
Yeah,
that's cool though. Like, yeah, man, I'm impressed by the 100 million streams.
Yeah.
I'm also impressed by seedless grapes.
Seedless grapes.
They impress
How
you?
in the hell are we doing this?
Right?
Seriously.
I know.
Seedless watermelon, seedless grapes. I want to know the secret.
And like, what are we eating?
I know. Tell me the secret.
I don't mind the science. I don't mind whatever ungodly thing needs to be done to eliminate the pits from a watermelon. Yeah, I'm down with it.
Have you had a grape with seeds in it? Like, it's a paint.
Well, it is, but the seedless grapes, I'm wondering what's the technology here? What's the synthetic chemicals being used on this?
It's got to be evil, but
it's madness, I say. It's madness.
Take the pit out of the olive. Can they do that, right?
I don't know. Remember, oranges had seeds for a long time, and then they made a seedless version of them.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you've started a movement here, Chris.
What kind of a world do we live in here? I want protests. I want signage. I want street teams. Let's figure this out, Philly.
Tonight of the show, signs. Bring our seeds back.
Yes, exactly. We want seeds.
Dude,
we want seeds.
I wanted to ask you, first and foremost, I saw a video. Sarah Parker, who's here with us this morning, sent this to me. A video of the song Sane. And you guys filmed this on one of the longest wooden roller coasters in the world. This is in Santa Claus, Indiana?
Santa Claus, Indiana.
And
yes, that's actually the name of a town.
So the entire video, the whole song, 4 or 5 minutes long, however long it is, that you guys are on this roller coaster. You had to have been on that for hours.
We did 6 roller coaster rides.
That's it?
Well, Preston, let me tell you a story.
Please.
The human body is not built to withstand 6 roller coaster rides in a row.
Yeah.
Okay?
On a wooden coaster.
After the second or third one, if you watch it really closely, there's certain scenes where there's only 4 Fozzie band members instead of 5 because one of our guys had to split.
Yeah.
He was puking. Literally, there's a scene at the top when we go down, puke flying behind. I'm not even joking. When we did the 6th take, I looked at Rich Ward, my partner in crime. I was like, dude, that's it. We're done. Yeah. Because 6 in a row is too much.
And I'll bet like the first time it was really fun, right?
Yes. And then the second time we start going, but there's a problem with the camera. Guess what? You can't stop and rewind. You're doing the whole damn thing. Then the 4th time, there's a problem with the audio. Oh, no, here we go again. And you're doing the whole thing. Now, listen, I have to sing it. I have to work it. The camera's right in front of me, as we can see the video right now. Yeah. You got to be cool, lead singer guy. Sing! I'm doing my thing. Meanwhile, you're going across, and it's taking you back and forth, and you're shaking, and you're moving, and you're jumping up and down. Yeah. 6 times was all we could do. And I was like, if we don't have it after that, tough luck, boys. I'm done.
Yeah. Do you think, because sometimes it happens, if you're like a coaster fan or whatever, that comes, and unfortunately, it hasn't happened to me yet, and I'm an old bastard, but it still hasn't happened, where you realize, I can't ride these things anymore. Are you still pretty good on them?
No, I'm terrible on them. It's one thing I learned when I did Dancing with the Stars, like, I don't know, 10 years ago or whatever. There was a dance called the Viennese Waltz.
Okay.
And it's all based around spinning.
Right.
Right? And I remember when we started rehearsing it, I was like, I can't do this. I can't spin.
Yeah.
Any turning and spinning is far beyond my mental capacities for my head. So I had to put on one of those seasickness bands.
Yeah.
For Dancing with the Stars?
Dancing?
Yes. It's a little rubber, like a cloth band. It's got a ball on it.
Yeah.
And the ball, there's like a pressure point on your wrist. You're like, how can this work? It works. So I was able to do that because I remember I was so sick, and this is so name dropping. I had to do the Tonight Show that night with Lola Falana and Sammy Davis Jr. And I was like, dude, I'm not going to make it. I can't make. I'm so sick from this stupid dance.
Oh my God!
And they said put on these seasickness bands. And I actually did the Tonight Show in my fancy John Varvatos suit with sickness bands right underneath the shirt collar on the wrist.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Sarah,
Secrets.
You had a question?
Do you have to use those because you travel all the time? Do you have to use them on planes or
No,
on
I've
your
never had
cruise or
to use them
anything?
since. No,
Only
no,
dancing.
just spinning.
What about wrestling? I mean,
no, it's fine. But if we stood in the corner and played merry-go-round, you and me, Steve, and we were like spinning,
Right.
I'm done. Right
You'd be
here.
done.
We could do it right here in the studio. I'd be finished, done.
Dude, that'd be some
overfinished, gone down. Look at this. He pulled up the Dance of the Stars right away.
Steve, you should tell him about your skipping injury.
Oh my God! So here's what.
She's part. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. We're looking at dancing with Cheryl Burke. She was my favorite.
Yeah,
she's awesome.
I'm very good at doing the Dorothy skip from The Wizard of Oz, and I posited the notion that I could do it competitively in a race. So I did it.
There's plenty of races on those too.
I did it down
There's
the
one
whole
in downtown
around.
Tampa earlier this week.
Chris, for about a year after I had a skipping injury. I mean, that's like, what the hell's happening?
Knees, Achilles.
Yeah.
Wrist. What injury did you have?
I could feel it in my leg.
Pride?
Pride.
Yes, that's what it was.
Pride has never come back. Fortunately, the pride injury occurred young and never came back.
I can't believe you got I've never heard of someone getting sick from, spinning over and over, but spinning in a dance?
Yeah, spinning, because it's all spinning up and down the dance floor. So just my point is, my ability to do these types of spinning and the roller coasters, all this sort of stuff, I've been out for years. So when they came up with the idea to do this video on a roller coaster, I was like, listen, I'll do it because I'm a team player, but I'm warning you right now, I am not good at this. And I wasn't.
It's a killer video, though. It's a killer
3
video.
million views or something, and so we got it done. All that matters is you get it together.
Yeah.
It was a terrible afternoon, but here we are on the Preston and Steve show bragging about it.
That's right. There was another cool video, totally different, and had to have been pretty easy to shoot, which was Spotlight, and there was a drone show.
Yes.
And you're up on some kind of a bluff on some kind of beautiful rock
It was like
formation.
the Mickey Mouse Fantasia thing, where he's the wizard on top of
Night on Bald Mountain?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I was basically standing in a studio with a green screen, but the drones that you see are actual real drones.
Okay.
Also filmed in Santa Claus, Indiana.
Oh, wow.
Really? It's like the second home of Fozzie.
Now, that was a cool vid. I did enjoy that one a lot. But
thank you for
looked
watching
like
our
you were
videos.
outside, so it looked like you were live.
It looked like it.
I know.
Show business magic.
Right,
Preston.
man.
So you're
Hollywood magic.
You're coming back to town. Everyone's thrilled that you're here. You're the band, but also you have we'll see what the numbers are. But as of last weekend, you were in the #1 movie at the box office.
Yeah,
Terrifier
#1
3.
movie in the country. Yeah, it's so cool.
I know you're a massive horror fan, as am I. It is so fulfilling in a way to see this franchise, which the movie company tapped out. They're like, no. And everyone sort of turned their back on it. And here he is, Damien Leone has this hit. And all grassroots, virtually no budget.
So we started watching Terrifier 1 on the tour bus.
Right.
Once again, Rich found it. He's like, you got to see this movie. I'm like, a killer clown? Give me a break. Boring. And he goes, you got to watch this one death, which is the famous hacksaw death. If you've seen the first one, if you know, you know.
Yes.
And I was like, this is insane. This is so gritty and creepy and brutal. So I really started trumpeting the merits of this movie, which then was found out by Damien and David, who plays Art.
David Howard Thornton is
unbelievable.
unbelievable.
Yeah. So then they asked me to be in part 2. So I was at the very end of part 2, but the initial scene that we filmed was much longer than what you see in part 2. There was a whole end sequence that we had to cut because in the meantime of putting out Terrifier 2 and filming it, there was a movie called Malignant that had the exact same ending.
With the head?
With the head in the back of the head.
Oh!
Which Vicky, who's the girl has no face, both of us, that was the end for us in 2. But because we had to reshoot the ending, he's like, well, I got to bring you back in 3. So I was able to come back in 3, and also Samantha, the face-eaten girl, she has a huge part. Had there been no Malignant, there might not have been a Chris Jericho return or Victoria Samantha Saffeldi's return in this movie. So things work out the way that they're supposed to work. Because I remember I was so sad after 2. It's like, oh, we got to reshoot the ending and all my cool stuff is gone. And now we end up with 3. 3 has become such a phenomenon. Here's the thing. Number 1 movie in America. Have you seen any ads for it anywhere? No. There's no TV ads. There's no billboards. There's nothing.
Yeah.
It's all word of mouth that was able to get to the number 1 spot in America in the movie theaters. That's crazy.
I've been a prophet of this. We had him on because, listen, either you get it or you don't. It is a loving homage to the real practical effects gore movies of the late 80s and early 90s. And not only that, the way it is filmed, the way it is directed, the color palette, everything is there.
You're an auteur, Steve.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just thought it was so great. And again, with Art the Clown, not a word of dialogue. And
doesn't say a word. He plays it so well.
And you sit there, you can't help it. You're laughing at the fact that
you're laughing. You're also completely freaked out by how depraved it is. All the effects are practical, and what that means for listeners is there's no CGI, there's no AI, there's no digital effects. So for me, they scanned my head. Which back in the day, you'd see the plaster molds.
Like a life mask, they call it, right?
This is all just done with a wand. They scan. It's like when you do a video game or an action figure. Yes. So they did a whole wand scan of my head. And 3 months later, I show up on set, and here's this bust of my head that looks exactly like me. So I'm like, hey, Chris. We do the scene. Spoiler alert, they end up ripping my face off, basically.
Which is an honor.
Art the Clown and Victoria. I'm watching this from behind the camera, watching my own face get ripped apart, and it's so real looking. I'm like, guys, I'm standing right here. Like, you gotta give me some break, some respect. But you're literally watching it, and it's so well done. Skin is stretching, skin is ripping, and you're like, it actually kind of made me a little bit sick to watch my own face get ripped off.
It has to be otherworldly. We've talked about, we did a voice cloning thing here, and I played some audio of Preston, and it was not him, but it's got to throw you off to see something that looks or sounds that realistic.
And my kids are seeing the movie now. They're all 18 and 21, and they're like, it's really weird watching my dad.
Your jaw gets ripped off.
Face ripped off. Yeah. But I mean, once again, it's so well done because Damien, who you mentioned, who directed the movie, he wrote the movie, he created Art the Clown. He did all the practical effects on 1 and 2. And on 3, he hired a special effects team. But it was still like, okay, cut. Give me this. Give me the blood capsule. We need more blood here. And he's up there touching it up and all that stuff. But really, almost like a mom and pop
operation.
And to see the budget, which I think was $2 or $3 million, and now we're already over $25 million. This thing is a cash cow, and Damien did it right. When 2 did so much money, did so much business, he didn't sell out to a company. He didn't give up ownership of Art the Clown. Nothing. He kept it all. No, it's unrated. That's another thing. It's unrated. There is no rating for this movie.
And some theaters won't take an unrated movie.
It's insane.
A number of them took
But it's still number 1.
Yeah.
That shows you just the word of mouth and the fan base for this franchise.
Man.
That's huge.
And Burke. That's me, Burke. I have 5 minutes total screen time. I'm already in a video game. They're cosplaying as Burke. Burke for life.
There you go. Was Burke chosen because Burke was the dick character from Aliens? Paul Reiser?
I don't know. I just showed up. He said, your name is Burke.
Okay.
I'm like, all right. Sounds good. That's how it works, Steve.
Well, I wanted to mention this because we have a deadline on it to enter this on Sunday. Chris is doing the Rock and Wrestling Rager at Sea. And we're giving away a trip to this, by the way. It's going to be in at the end of January, right when you want to go on a cruise.
Yes, 6 on the beach.
And so you can get registered through WMMR.com. It is pool parties, concerts. You end up getting
wrestling.
Wrestling. All right.
Comedy.
You get a balcony cabin for 2, private meet and greet with Chris Jericho himself.
Wow. And
round trip airfare and pre-cruise hotel stay are covered.
That sounds great. Can I enter?
You can enter.
I think the only thing missing is live broadcast from Preston and Steve.
We should do that. We should do that. We've had so much fun on the cruises. Like I said, this is 6 on the beach, which coincidentally is the 6th voyage. We started in 2018. We had, obviously the pandemic comes, lockdown, all that stuff. We're back up to snuff, ready to rock, and it is just a total party at sea. so much fun, and we had a blast every single time we go out. It's become a whole community of people that go to these cruises.
See, I think you're perfect for something like this because the cruise thing, you're in close quarters to your fan base.
Yes.
I think, and we've always said this, I think we told you this a number of times, the whole wrestling training, the interaction with fans has served you so well. I mean, you're just naturally a likable guy, but that aspect of it is paying it forward to your fans. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's really a great attribute.
And the thing is, we did the KISS cruise in 2015, and as soon as we docked on that cruise, I was like, I can do this.
Yeah.
We can do wrestling at sea and music, because when we did the KISS cruise, we're on stage. And it's not like you're moving back and forth and the amps are sliding. Like, nothing is moving. I'm like, we could easily have a wrestling match in the middle of the sea. It took 3 years to get it set up. We got it set up, and it's just been a blast ever since.
What gig or location did you do were you really surprised at how much you loved it? Like, you went into it not knowing what to expect? Like, because I would think a cruise, maybe going in, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I mean, for a cruise, you think, oh, we're just going to get bombarded by fans. It's going to be so. It's not like. Everybody is so cool because you have, you do a show, people come. You do the VIP, that's a little bit more hardcore fans. You do the VIP, that's where someone comes on stage and sings with us. Super hardcore. The cruise fans are the ultimate of the fans. You know what I mean? They are the Chris Jericho fanatics, whatever it may be. And everybody's very cool. First day, hey, Chris, and there's some people gathered around, whatever. But second day, it's a little bit cooler. Third day, you're just a guy on the boat gambling and drinking with everybody.
Everybody's on vacation.
Yeah, exactly.
You're in line at the buffet.
That's well, not me. I don't hang out with the riffraff at the buffet unless it's 12 o'clock at night and I need nachos or something. but I mean, it's really just a super laid back vibe, and we've had so many people that have come on as talent going, I didn't know what to expect. I thought it was going to be terrible. I thought I was just be stuck in my cabin the whole time, and I realized it's not that at all. So it really is just a huge, it's almost like summer camp.
You mentioned kissing, and we've heard this for years, and people, there's marketing stuff, and they're doing this. I'm like, they have a fan base that wants this stuff.
Yeah.
What's the crime there? I don't get it. You're super serving your fan base.
It ain't a crime to be good to yourself, Steve. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, listen, you do the cruise. We have. I do a meet and greet Chris Jericho title belt experience. We make a Jericho belt where you can own. There's only 25 of them made every year, and it's an amazing real title belt. The guys who make the AEW titles and the WWE titles make these, and you charge money for it. And people are like, oh, who would pay for that? Listen, 25 of these things go in a second.
Yeah,
and these people walk away with something cool. It's okay to charge people for the experience, because that's what people want nowadays. That's what I want when I go do any type of VIP or whatever. It's not a crime to do that, because people are so excited to do it in this day and age. And listen, the cruise is a perfect place to do all these different levels of the experience, because that's what people want, is the experience in this day.
Do you see yourself evolving the concept and doing other variations on it?
We're always trying something new. You know what I mean? Always trying something new. And I've had a couple ideas of expanding the Jericho cruise idea, not necessarily even in wrestling and rock and roll. There's other ideas that I have. But the cruise business is so huge, but the good cruises are so minimal. You see them come and go.
Right.
Like Def Leppard has a cruise, lasts 1 year. Megadeth has a cruise, lasts 1 year. It's very hard to find the vibe of exactly what people are looking for. But with the Jericho cruise, since day one, all I ever wanted was a party. So everybody that I put on this cruise, every band, every wrestler, every comedian, whatever it may be, it's a party. You walk from one room to the next on the cruise, one stage to the next, and it's just hammering you with good time vibes.
That's great.
That's what I want.
Dude, Chris, how do you keep from being completely exhausted, man? I don't know where your energy.
Well, you rest when you can. Like we were in New York City last night, and I hung out for a bit, and I woke up this morning with Simon, our amazing tour manager, putting a coffee next to me. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I was like, why are you putting a coffee next to me? And it's like, oh, you've got the radio. And then I'm like, okay, well, at least I've got radio, and then I'm fine. But no, I actually have to go back to New York today to do a panel for the New York Comic-Con.
Oh, my God.
We do VIP here in Philly. I go to New York for the Comic-Con panel. I come back to Philly, do the show. So listen, when cool things come up, I do them, because that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
But in the meantime and in between time, when I'm finished with this radio with you guys, I'll go right back to bed for a couple hours. You get the rest when you can, and just be ready.
I know your
stuff is
secret.
fun. All
Your
this stuff is
secret,
fun.
seedless grapes. That's your secret.
Seedless grapes. Call back.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, then thank you for being here because I would have totally understood if you would have canceled.
No, but here's the thing: you can't do that though. You can't cancel because when we're in town at the Foundry tonight. Plugged right there.
Yeah.
You want people to know.
Yeah.
And obviously, you guys are so cool to us. We've had a great relationship with WMMR over the years. This is important. I need to be in here. And if I have to get up early, what is it, 9:30? Like, oh my gosh, how crazy is that? It's important. It's what we do. And when you do a show in this day and age, there's so many forms of entertainment. There's so many ways for people to go watch things and experience things. So you want people to know you're in town. So it's very important to do these. I wish we had a great radio station like you guys every single show that we did.
Yeah.
It just helps the show. It helps the band. So yes, I'm happy to be here. Not going anywhere.
All right.
So
there we go.
I know you do have to get on your busy agenda, but I do have one question, which is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony is happening this weekend, and you are such a huge, as well as a fantastic musician, just a great fan of rock and roll. So I was wondering if you planned on watching it. The lineup this year, or I should say the class, is pretty impressive. I mean, you've got Ozzy getting in for the second time, Peter Frampton's getting in, Foreigner, and then a few wild cards like Cher and Dave Matthews Band. It's going to be really interesting. What do you think?
There was a time I used to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame every year. I knew somebody that kind of had connections, and my cousin and I used to go. We had the best time. Now, to get on the floor of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, it costs $10,000 for a table. Wow. So if you're getting inducted, like tonight, Peter Frampton, if you see him sitting there or tomorrow night, it's $10,000 to get that table. So we had this weird pass where we couldn't sit anywhere on the floor, but they couldn't kick us out. We had the right, so we just had to walk around the
whole time.
Yes, and so the year that Deep Purple got in, Wu-Tang got in, and or maybe it was NWA, one of the two, Wu-Tang or NWA. I think it was maybe NWA. And the moment NWA got inducted, they were first by design. They left. They're like, screw this, we're gone. So my cousin and I sat at the table of NWA Wu-Tang and enjoyed they had the delicious cookies or these plates of cookies. So I used to go every year, and it was so much fun. I haven't gone in quite a few years. Actually, the year that Ringo Starr gets inducted, if you watch the ceremony, there's a really annoying guy in the front row whose hand keeps coming up right in front of Ringo's head on the camera. That was me. That's my hand.
Oh, my God.
I was watching right beside
I love how you have a walk-around pass. You don't know table aside.
Can't go anywhere. They can't kick me out.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay. I would love to go. I haven't gone in a few years. The only thing that bums me out, and they've started doing this, is when some of the bands get inducted, if they can't sing, they bring somebody else in. So Ozzy's not performing, which is a drag. I would love to see Ozzy. I don't think Foreigner is performing, and it's like Sammy Hagar is singing for Foreigner. Awesome call. Maynard James Keenan singing for Ozzy. I don't like it. So I don't see any relation between Tool and Ozzy. And I'm sure Maynard will be great, but it's like, I just wish Ozzy would come on stage. Just do one, lip sync it. I don't care. I just want to see Ozzy. Yeah. But unfortunately, it's not going to be. But thank goodness Ozzy's getting in. He deserves it. I don't understand a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame where the Fugees and Dave Matthews and Wu-Tang is in. Motorhead is not in. Iron Maiden's not in. Scorpions isn't in. Thin Lizzy isn't in. Ted Nugent isn't in. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Come on, Jan
I could see you doing tributes for them at the ceremony.
I would
You
love
on stage,
to.
That'd be amazing.
I should induct Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
I should do it.
So who inducts Fozzy?
God.
Down the road.
Well,
who you picking?
Preston and Steve.
We'll take it.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the award recipient, the honoree, does not get to choose who the.
I didn't realize.
I didn't know that.
Who's the person who inducts him? No.
I wonder who's inducting Ozzy. Do we know?
I do not know.
I'm sure it's up there. Look it up. You guys looked up the Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, we can find that out.
Figure it out here. We got to hold on just a little longer.
I think it's Jack Black, but let me fact.
No, you're right. It is.
That's a good one. I'll take that. Jack will be great. He appreciates that.
So, do you know Jack?
I do know Jack.
Yeah.
He's exactly the way you would expect him to be.
Of course, yeah. We've had him by Tenacious D. You've played the MM Barbecue years ago. When we were with another station. Tenacious D came out, and it was before Jack was super well known. And the audience didn't really get it, but the bands loved it. They were all crowded around, the Bare Naked Ladies were there, all these other bands, and they were just like, we can't wait to see these guys. And Jack was just as cool as you want him to
We
be.
played Download a few years ago, which is a huge festival in England, and it's always, Simon will know, it's for whatever reason, it's always muddy. It always rains on Download weekend.
Right.
And Tenacious D is really huge in England. And, you're a rock band, you're in Download, you're wearing your rock and roll clothes, you get leather pants on, sparkly boots, whatever. Jack was wearing sweatpants and big, giant rubber boots, wellies. Wellies, as they call them, to combat the mud. And I was like, only Jack Black could get away with his gut hanging out, sweatpants on, his wellies on. He's got his acoustic guitar, and he's just walking around the stage like,
I love it.
So, yeah, he'll be good to induct Ozzy. That's very cool.
I assume you're a Pick of Destiny fan, right?
I love Pick of Destiny.
Yeah,
I saw it in the theater.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It did not do well, but it's still a favorite of mine that I watch from time to time.
What brings you? You're doing so many things.
To Philly, we have a show tonight at the Foundry. Oh, sorry.
Between the wrestling, between the music, between the acting, you're doing that now as well. What brings you? It's what you're doing at the moment that brings you the most joy, or is there one thing that just sort of hovers above the rest?
What I'm doing at the moment.
Okay.
You got to live in the moment. Honestly, this is not a gag just because I'm here. There's no other place I'd rather be right now than here with you guys. It's always a blast. Yeah, you have to live in the moment when you do all the different things I do, and you have to love it. At this stage in the game, for me, I don't do anything for money. I don't do anything I'm not interested. Hey, Chris, you still like wrestling? Yes. If I didn't, I wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So every day is a new challenge and a lot of fun. Like today's a crazy day. Like we mentioned, going back to New York for the Comic-Con, but to host a panel for The Walking Dead, Dead City, like how could I not be super excited about that?
Right.
It's going to be a grind. It's not going to be an easy day. But screw it, man. It's fun. How could you not want to do this?
You do so much. I wonder if you could be like a lifestyle brand, like Martha Stewart and
I should be. I could cook.
Can you cook?
Well, a little bit.
Okay.
Like someone else does it for you.
Who wants a hot pocket?
I can barbecue. I can barbecue.
There you go.
Steak, chicken.
Okay.
Kebabs.
Yeah.
You guys into kebabs?
Totally.
Chris Jericho kebabs. I see it now.
Kebabico.
Kebabico.
Available at your local Kroger.
So I assume you were the only one in the band that's here this morning. Are they elsewhere?
The rest are sleeping.
They're in the bus?
Tour buses. So yeah, it's like a group of vampires all in their coffins.
Is the bus going to drive all the way back up to New York and back?
No.
I was going to say that's.
I got to take a chopper.
A chopper. Get to the chopper.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, this opportunity came up to host the panel. And they're like, bad timing, you're in Philly. I'm like, well, hold on a second. Is it bad timing? What time is the panel? 6 to 7. Okay. Now my conundrum, how do I get from Philly to New York and back? Chopper.
Yeah.
Never done it
Wait a
before.
second.
You've never done it before?
Never done it before.
All right. Awesome.
There's a rumor
I've
that
been on choppers, but never flying from Philly to New York or whatever. Because I was thinking maybe a train or something. They're like, no, train's not going to do it.
Yep.
It's got to be a chopper. And it's like, well, that might actually work. So
there's a rumor that's how you arrived at the Terrifier 3 premiere.
That is true. That is true.
Okay.
So that is so I've been, like I said, a few choppers before. Terrifier 3, once again, this is not humble bragging, but I had to do a show for the NHL in Atlanta for HBO Max. Once again, you got this opportunity to host a panel with all these NHL greats, Chris Chelios, etc.
Wow.
Too bad. Bad timing. Like, is it? What time is the panel? The panel's from 1 to 2. What time's the Terrifier premiere? 8 o'clock. How can I get from Atlanta to New York? We figured it out. We worked it out. Plane was late. When I landed, they had a chopper waiting, literally Tom Cruise moment. Get off the plane, onto the spinning chopper, lifts up, go across the Hudson River. It takes like 2 minutes, and then it takes 25 minutes to go a block for the rest of the way in New York City. But we made it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I always say, and my team knows this, don't tell me how it's not going to work. Tell me how we can make it happen.
Yeah.
There's always a way to make it work.
Wow.
There's always a way.
We did a contest like a decade ago, and I got to take listeners from here, like right down the street, actually, Chris, to a Great Adventure, the theme park in between here and New York. And we did it via helicopter. What I didn't realize, and which makes perfect sense, is that per FAA regulations, helicopters can't go as high as planes. They have to fly at a certain height, right?
Yeah.
But you look out and you see everything, and it was amazing to me to get from Philly to that part of New Jersey in like 20 minutes.
Right.
And then I'm sure it's only a half hour or whatever to get to New York.
Well, we'll find the thing that you're right is when the helicopter takes off and it's waiting to get its flight pattern, but it's literally like 3 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's like a hummingbird. It's just kind of sitting there. And you're like, this is really crazy.
There's no
cool.
runway.
There's no runway.
Yeah.
You could literally land it anywhere.
Yeah.
So you got your little headphones on like this, your little microphone, and I'm filming stuff, got to put it on the TikTok. And I'm like, here I am doing a helicopter. And the pilot's like, what did you say? I'm like, sorry, sir. I'm like, I'm not giving you directions. I'm just filming myself for the talk. Ignore me.
You know, it used to be that there's a movie called Coogan's Bluff, a Clint Eastwood movie, and they shows him. The helicopter used to take off on the top of at that time the Pan Am building in Manhattan,
right.
And they had some issues, but I was like, that always looks so friggin' cool.
There's helipads all across the city.
Yeah, are there still on buildings, or did they?
They're not in buildings now. I mean, there could be, but they're just everywhere. Like to find out when I Googled, choppers and all that stuff. There's literally 50 places you can land in Times Square alone. They're everywhere. Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper!
Steve, there's one right along the river in Conshohocken, like back by those apartments.
Really?
Yeah.
There's one like 5 minutes from the Foundry, and the Javits Center is where the Comic-Con is in New York. There's one 5 minutes from the Javits Center. And they're all over the place. Wow. Just like you said, find an area of concrete, like a parking lot, and you can land a chopper there.
That's awesome.
Well, if you're heading to the show at the Foundry and you see the chopper coming in, you know who's on board.
And I remember years ago when Guns N' Roses was still with like Buckethead and those guys, that I think there was a show in Philly. They played the Forum, the Spectrum, or First Union. And it was one of those things where the opening band was on and Axl was still in New York. And they're like, we're on like in 30 minutes. It's like, Axl will take his chopper when he's ready. So,
Jesus, wow.
Yeah, I will be much more punctual, but I still will be taking my chopper.
The show is tonight at the Foundry, and make sure you check out FozzieRock.com for all things Fozzie. And listen, go see Terrifier 3. Make sure you sign up for a chance to win a trip on the cruise at WMMR.com. We got all different ways for you to get on board with Chris and Fozzie. But tonight, the show, do not miss it. You will have a great time.
They're amazing.
That is a guarantee.
It's always a rock and roll party in Philly, and we're very excited. And thanks to you guys for always supporting Fozzie. And we can't wait to do the WMMR Fest again when.
Yes.
Love to have you.
Pleasure.
Great.
Last time we got to play in between the Struts and Joan Jett. It was amazing.
That is cool.
Yes.
Yeah, that was great.
It was a lot of fun.
All right, Chris, thanks for being here. We love you.
Thank you guys.
Have a good
We'll
one
see you
tonight.
soon.
Yeah.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper. Chris Jericho. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We got Good Money coming up. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
And I said I love turtles. Why was no one listening?
Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right, you're a great zombie. And
Oh my God. It's him. It's him later on in life. I love it.
It never stops.
But because my sons have been to dances, but without a date, and it's not odd. Like when I was in middle school, if you went by yourself, unless it was a dance where it's known, everybody just show up and we'll be at the school and we're having a party.
Right.
But for the most part, everybody went with a date.
Yeah, and you got, I mean, at least for me, you would get asked to go to the dance.
Your teacher would pick you up.
Stop it!
You ready to go, baby?
I hate you.
Hey, look, I put some Tinker toys in the back. Keep you occupied.
Let's go to Maureen. Hello, Maureen.
Our last song at our 8th grade dances was always Nights in White Satin.
Nights in White Satin? Yeah, a bunch of eight.
Yeah,
how old are you? Breathe deep the gathering gloom.
Right.
Watch lights fade from every room.
Maureen, what did you do in the poetic portion of that song?
Bathroom break.
Sway back and forth.
They'd start crying.
Maureen, did you kiss anybody that night?
That's so long ago, I don't even remember.
All right. Well, thanks for your call. That means we appreciate it.
We did like the, the butt hold.
Oh my God!
The butt hold. Like if you were dating.
What did you do?
You said the butthole.
Butt hold.
Oh my God!
We would do the butthole. Do the butthole.
Everybody now, it's time to do the stuff with your butts.
You guys.
We're talking about backside stuff.
Casey nearly spit out all this.
I don't understand why you
In the punch bowls, we have a whole bunch of lubricant. This should make it easier.
Kathy? Do we have the hustle anywhere?
Yes.
Do the butthole.
Hold. I said hold.
Not what it sounded like.
Butt hold.
One more butt.
You guys were advanced.
we did
Butts in white satin.
Do the butthole.
Oh my
The youngsters are really enjoying their buttholes.
Do the butthole. Do the butthole. Okay, so you do the butthole.
I mean, never mind at this point.
Oh.
No, yes, if you were dating the guy you were dancing with, the guy would put his hands
to do the butthole now.
Do the butthole.
And who's up for some old-fashioned finger blasting?
So wait a minute. Explain to me what the butthole is.
It's your
Yes,
Hang on, I
the
wanna
hands
hear
would
her.
be, instead of on the waist, they would just slide down a little bit and hold the girl's butt.
Grab the butt. Okay.
Were you constantly under the watchful eye of a proctor or somebody who was?
There was always teachers there, but I don't think it was as
They
strict.
couldn't see everything,
I don't-
right?
It wasn't as strict as the nuns watching at those dances. No,
why-
seriously.
But that's why the St. Kevin's dances were so great, because they were so crowded that, like, all right, you can't.
I'm too tired to worry about your butthole.
The butthole.
You said the butthole. Somebody had sent me a listing for a home that's on sale in Maple Glen.
All the realtors are posting it on there.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 48 photos, and if you get to photo 31, you have to stop and go, wait a minute.
What is that?
What is that? So it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Beautiful.
And
What's
for
the
a
style?
decent price, too. It's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeously laid out. It's
Yeah.
$750,000 for a home that looks like this. That seems like a pretty good price to me.
It actually does seem like a really good price.
Yeah.
But when you get to photo number 31, you realize that they have a bit of an S&M dungeon in their house.
But it's in like a beautifully
Decorated
it's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like, it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful
Oh my
brick
God.
house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
And then you
Upper
get
end.
inside.
But even the chambers, it's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's brightly
bright,
painted.
yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's there it looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
What are you going to get? They knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out. Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
yeah, I'm just
This
thinking.
is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plugs.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Bert Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Bert Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh,
Which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was
Why
a
didn't
kid.
you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like,
Really?
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like, I can wait.
You know how a good first one? Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is
something to be okay.
You can now bear children.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not that you want to. At 12 or 13 years old, or
Hey,
however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, but honestly, it is, in one fell swoop, boom, you're a woman now.
Yeah.
Whammo. And so there is no equivalent for boys. You know what I mean? It's not like we go to sleep one night and then we wake up and boom, we have pubes.
Yeah.
It's
a pube party.
it's a
boner party.
Boner party.
But you're getting babies. I mean, it's the truth. It's a
boners.
biological thing.
all
It
have
happens.
What did you just say?
I said I had, as if I'm the only guy here. No, we all got boners when we were
You can't have boners in the womb.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You
can. fetuses have boners.
Yes, there's proof. Picture proof.
Let's continue talking about hygiene.
Please.
But
we all need it.
In a different orifice, we'll talk about your mouth.
Oh, I thought you were going just on flipping us over.
Oh, the butt. No, we're not going to talk about
We'll go from butt to mouth.
We could. I mean, I'm sure we could find something.
I like that sense that the mouth, that the toothpaste and everything's been rinsed out and washed out, and whatever I've dislodged is out.
I haven't gone to the dentist in over a year. I knew you were going to find that repulsive, Kathy.
Oh, teeth are probably so gross.
I had an appointment, and then something came up.
Something suddenly came up.
And then I had to cancel the appointment, and I never rescheduled it, and I just got lazy.
And it usually they have a long wait usually.
And I don't like going to the dentist.
Even
And I
just
like
for a
my
clean?
dentist a lot. He's a really nice guy. What's that?
Even just for a cleaning?
No, because it's never just a cleaning. It's always, what's this? Or, let me pick at that for a minute. Or here, we need to take some more pictures. Shove these uncomfortable things in your mouth and bite down for a little while.
Here, put these wax lips in.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the x-rays. Ugh.
I love going because I don't have a lot of but I don't have
because
Kathy,
they make
when she
compliments.
smiles.
She likes to go
Everyone,
anywhere.
come in here quickly. Look at these beautiful teeth. It's not enough that she has a perfect vagina.
No, I like the feeling that my teeth are that clean, as you can imagine.
No kidding. You have beautiful teeth.
Hey, Kathy has the perfect mouth, the perfect vagina. Do we assume that the other one is perfect too?
I can only assume it, that her proctologist is doing backflips.
Yeah, has anybody ever commented on your butthole? They've commented on every other orifice.
Oh, my God.
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I like how you pointed at it when you told Red my butt.
Did she?
Yeah. My butthole, Preston? Is that what you're talking about? My perfect butthole?
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
Mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery guests.
Good.
The most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We won't go any further than say that. You think he'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right. Take those glasses off.
All right, hang on.
All righty.
Yay. So.
All right. So again, one more time, repeat. All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215.
20 questions.
215-263 WMMR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20. All right. And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No. In fact, if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to agree to do it, and then sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
Right. All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
all right, so
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think we'll do a nice masking job. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no. And you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's modest.
His answer might have thrown you, and
How many questions is that?
That's three.
That's three questions.
All right.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Ooh, little one out of the way. Are you in... is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right, wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guess real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell. Wow, okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good-natured. He's smiling, so.
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, how about right?
Oh,
Really?
God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who else? Who the hell else is from an island nation?
You can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No. All right.
Good guess.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island. You know,
So
and
now-
we have played golf together, so you know.
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah, I'm.
Expand your search.
Yeah.
Wise.
Yeah. I'll they live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all? Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because you know once you know you'll. Okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're friends. We're considered friends.
We're friends.
This person's going to kill me.
MMR.
Steve, we got about a minute to play with. You want to mention your event coming up?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It's the Mutiny on the Moshulu. I appreciate the indulgence here. It is the 4th annual Mutiny on the Moshulu benefiting Max Fund. It's October 23rd from 6 to 9 on the deck of the Moshulu. First ever Halloween event. It is a charity event. There's going to be one ticket price, get you everything. All the food and liquor, boardroom spirits, stateside, clear rum, transferred, the food, the sugary, and now added the biscuit lady is going to be there as well. Nothing but cake, Stars ice cream, and on and on and on. Contortionists, magicians, great raffle items to give away. The basic idea is we're raising money. My wife does to help the homeless and destitute cats around Philadelphia. There's about 500,000, believe it or not, in Philly and in the outside range. Yeah, so it's an incredible amount of cats that are abandoned out on the streets, and Max Fund provides a centralized fund for charities to pull off of. So tickets are available at PrestonandSteve.com and MaxFund.com.
Get them now. All right, it is 8, so that means we can do this.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
It's 10 o'clock. 9 o'clock. All right, so the word you need to enter is correct. CORRECT. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. You can enter it at WMMR.com or via the MMR app or via text to the special contest short code number we have, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it is sponsored by Horizon Services Heating, cooling, and plumbing. The word again is correct. CORRECT. Enter that right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon. Your HVAC system is working hard to keep your home comfortable as temperatures begin to drop and nights get colder. Book your expert heater tune-up today with Horizon Services before the cold season begins. Horizon Services, help is on the way. We'll start with this story. This is has a nice ending to it. Ghislaine Silva de Deus, a 35-year-old police officer from Brazil, has finally achieved justice for her father's brutal murder. Miss Deus was 9 years old at the time, spent more than 2 decades seeking justice, and now, as a police officer, she tracked down and arrested her father's killer, bringing closure to her family's journey.
That doesn't become a movie. I don't know what you're looking for.
Totally. Her father, Geraldo,
Rico Suave?
Rico Suave.
Rico Suave.
Was shot and killed in February 1999 over a $20 debt. The tragic events unfolded at a local bar where Mr. Deus, a supermarket owner, was playing pool with a friend at the bar. A gentleman named Raimundo Alves Gomez, one of his suppliers in a convicted murder, demanded payment for the debt. Despite Duez's offer to settle with a freezer, Gomez refused, leading to an argument between the two. Gomez left the bar, only returned with a gun, and he shot Mr. Duez in the head.
Wow.
He was caught, put on trial, sentenced 12 years in 2013, but he avoided imprisonment while on appeal. And following a rejection of his final appeal in 2016, an arrest warrant was issued, but he left, and he went into hiding. Determined to find him, Ms. Duez had started studying law at 18, later joined the police force. She was assigned to the homicide division. She then tirelessly tracked down Alves Gomez, found him hiding on a farm, and finally arrested him on September 25th.
It's amazing.
That's an awesome story.
What a tribute to her father.
Yep. The cop admitted to fantasizing about the day her father's killer would serve his sentence behind bars.
Who's playing her? Sofia Vergara?
I don't know. That's a good question.
She's gotta be younger, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure how old she is.
Said. I thought you said she was 35.
Okay, so that's Sofia Vergara.
Yeah.
Unless they de-age her.
What about Ana de Armas?
Oh, God.
You just want her in the movie.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, dear God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I like it, Case. I like that one. It's a good call.
Come here.
A Chinese man was sentenced to 6 months behind bars after catching his wife sleeping with another man and accepting money as compensation for the cheating. So I'll explain.
Yeah.
Lou, a 33-year-old man, noticed that his wife was taking unusually long to get ready to take their daughter to a private tutor, so he decided to follow her around. And when she went into a local hotel, Lou started suspecting that his wife was cheating.
Oh, yeah.
And those suspicions were confirmed when he stormed into her room to find her in a skimpy underwear next to a naked man. In a fit of rage, Lou beat the other man, whose surname is Liu, and kicked his wife. But eventually, he accepted Liu's offer of about $3,000 in 3 online installments as compensation for sleeping with his wife. But during his divorce proceedings, Lou was shocked to learn that Liu had filed a complaint against him, accusing him of extortion.
What?
To this day, Lou is convinced that his former wife was the mastermind behind Liu's complaint, and she wanted to gain an advantage in a heated custody battle over their daughter.
Well played.
A district court sentenced Lou to
body heat.
6 months behind bars for blackmailing his wife's lover and forcing him to pay final compensation.
Well, she pulled the strings like a puppeteer.
But earlier in the year, the court heard the case again, and this time exonerated Lou, concluding that he had not forced Liu to pay him, but rather negotiated with him. And furthermore, the judge ruled that Liu's actions breached public order. So it was a very strange case.
That is wild.
All right, here's a story for you. A group of World War II reenactors dressed in costume dined at a restaurant near Boston over the weekend. The actors were part of an American Heritage Museum World War II reenactment on Saturday. After the presentation, a group of them went to eat at Kith and Kin restaurant in Hudson. 2 of the actors were wearing Nazi uniforms.
Oh, man.
And now the restaurant is facing some backlash over that. The owner said that they were forced to temporarily close due to threats against their workers. Gary Louie, an American Heritage Museum trustee, said the incident was, quote, beyond thoughtless by the actors. He said, let's put this in context. It's a time when anti-Semitic violence is on the rise, when neo-Nazis have taken to the streets, the Holocaust continues to be denied. So wearing German uniforms in a public space, that's beyond thoughtless. That's repugnant. There are protocols on how and where the costumes are allowed to be presented, he said, and this was not one of them. He said the museum itself doesn't even allow costumes with SS collars on the museum's grounds. The costumes are only supposed to be displayed on a reenactment battlefield. The restaurant put up a sign that said they were forced to close on Tuesday for the safety of the staff, and they apologized on Facebook for allowing the actors to eat in their costumes, saying they should have asked them to change. I apologize. Louis said the museum will tighten protocols further and make sure that the actors understand they cannot wear the costumes outside of the performance. He said, it's not a hate crime, it's stupidity.
Well, and you never do that with a Klan outfit because it's all white and you get stains on it.
You can, if you're eating ribs, forget it, man. All right, and a man, this is pretty messed up. A man was found dead last weekend while camping near Big Sky, Montana. Investigators are calling the case a homicide. The victim has been identified as 35-year-old Dustin Mitchell. And here's the interesting thing about it. It was so bad that initially they thought it was a bear attack.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Sheriff's office said the incident was a vicious attack.
Don't put this on me.
And detectives are working to develop and track down leads. Shortly after 10 a.m. on Saturday, a caller reported discovering a deceased man in a tent. The caller initially indicated the death may have been caused by a bear. Multiple agencies responded to the scene. Montana Fish
was no bear.
Wildlife and Parks agent. They called in the detective from the bear division.
Yeah, Detective Bear.
Yeah,
this was not a bear. I'm a big chubby bear with a furry little
That's the theme song to his show.
I'm a big chubby bear with a furry little tail. I'm so.
Oh, I was going to.
Sorry.
Anyway, Montana Fish and Wildlife agent with expertise in bear attacks responded and did not find any signs of bear activity, which led investigators to treat the case as a homicide. So they are working on that. And actually, I have one more quick story because this one was in the general vicinity in Pennsylvania, York County. Police and emergency crews responded to the scene of what dispatchers called a mass casualty event in York County. What? Troopers responded to reports of individuals ingesting toxic mushrooms.
Oh, man.
The coroner was not called. 11 patients, both adults and children, were transported to the hospital. They're in stable condition, but they ate poisonous mushrooms.
No one passed?
No one passed.
Wow, that's a miracle.
I know. Yeah. So this was at least the last update that I saw on this story indicated that nobody
Call
died.
that story Grizzly.
Oh, jeez. He puts his glasses on.
Yeah.
The bear puts his glasses on, right? As he says it. What were you going to say, Casey?
No. Were they foraging or were they magic mushrooms
They
that
did,
were?
no, I think it was they were eating, wild mushrooms and
never want to do that unless you know your stuff.
Yeah, that's flirting with things, and it can turn out
Grizzly.
I got it. Do it again.
All right, hold on.
Guess you can call this Grizzly.
And thus endeth our bizarre file for the week. We're going to take a quick break. Don't forget, you got about 5 minutes left to enter the word correct.
That is correct.
All right, the word is correct. CORRECT for good money. Good luck to you. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
What a waste of a question.
Well, I'm trying to, More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's going to kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers.
Right, well,
Apparently, I'm good at getting yes answers.
You've got nothing
'cause I haven't
but
gotten
yeses.
any no answers yet.
Honestly, which should kind of lead you to, oh my God.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Some people texting in are starting to get it.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. All right.
Well, it's not Questlove because we're not friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I got. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other
Trying to get to.
capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are
You don't know the cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly,
The
I
cooking journalist
thought
drummer.
by this time. I know. But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black
How can I
journalist drummer.
not? How can I not get it?
Yes.
You know, you are on the film board. I'm going to help you with that.
Oh my God, you're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black Tommy.
Oh, that helps
Yeah.
a lot. Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of acting roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I
not
know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use a voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you
yeah.
hear the voice?
He's gonna know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh man, you got it.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, Preston.
This is terrible. Is everybody getting it right on the text?
Yeah. Everybody's narrowed it down.
And have you been in our studio before?
Yes.
You have.
That's your last question.
You should know.
I know.
a guess.
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Wait till you see him.
I have no idea.
All right, Preston.
Damn it.
Take off your blindfold.
Can't even see. Wait a minute.
Preston, this is one of the construction workers in our building currently.
He said yes to every question on purpose. You suck.
I don't even know. What is your name?
What's your name?
Chino.
Chino was good enough to do this.
Oh my God.
We had a whole bunch of stuff planned and it fell through. And at the last minute, Chino was good enough to agree to come over and be your guest.
Oh my God.
Was the actual answer yes to any of those questions?
From the islands, right?
Yeah, Nicaragua.
Where are you from? Nicaragua?
These guys are doing great work in the building here.
Going, I'm beating myself up. You guys are saying, oh, you ought to know. I mean, for crying out loud, a friend of mine.
Nick's like, everybody's getting it.
Black from
Preston,
Ireland.
how many black drummer, actor, comedian, musician, journalist friends are there?
Oh, my God.
Good job.
By the way, and then I take you a-hole. Okay, so you know, and here's the deal, man. What's your name again?
Chino.
Chino.
Yeah.
So Chino, I never remember anybody's name.
Right.
So when I took my blindfold off and I saw you, I felt horrible because I didn't remember who you were. Hey, by the way, I want to point something out. Kat, I was giggling at the beginning of sports, and Kathy looks at me. She's like, "What's going on over there?" Ever since we got back from vacation, we do our sports intro is live. All those sound effects, it's not pre-recorded. It's Steve hitting buttons.
We're
Casey's
artists.
hitting buttons. Casey has forgotten the order of the sound effects that he normally plays, and he's off his game. That's why I heard a doorbell in there, and I'm like,
all right.
We never heard the
Yesterday
doorbell.
there was something else.
Do you want to
too
try it
that played.
again?
We have like wind or like a hurricane yesterday, or because they've got hundreds of sound effects.
All right, I won't scream. I'm going to configure to what I always have it set.
Do you want to do it without the? I'll bring the music way down.
I kind of need the music, right?
All right, so go ahead.
Well, hang on.
And for those of you who hate the sports intro,
Here it
you're going to get it again.
it is.
But hang on.
But I'll bring down the volume
Before you
a little
hit
bit.
anything,
By the way,
I got to figure this out.
The sports intro was born in purposeful excess.
Just being ridiculous. Of course. Yeah.
You guys remember why it started, right? It's because we were so excited when the Eagles finally made it to the Super Bowl. This was at Y100 that Kathy was doing news, and we couldn't wait for her to get to sports.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't remember that at all.
Yeah, and so the anticipation was it was exploded in sound effects.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
Let me know when you're ready.
I just don't know. The problem is I don't know what my second. Like I know.
Don't think about it. Just
do it.
Get in the zone. Auto zone.
Nick and I were actually just talking the other day about how occasionally we'll call into the conference call and we've been entering the same code to get into our conference call for however many years now, and like occasionally we'll be like, what you have, it just your mind just goes blank and you're like, what is that?
Every once in a while you sort of retrain yourself to forget it, and then you have to. That's why obviously jotting things down now and then is a good idea. But you think you have a case?
Maybe.
Do you know what you usually lead with?
I know what I lead with.
So let's start.
In the last couple of days, I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting 14 instead of 23.
All right, you good to go?
So I know I got 23 starts it all, bro.
Kathy, give us the kickoff.
Okay, and in sports this morning.
He has to scream, too. I'll bring the music way down. Ball sacks are yummy.
Ball sacks are yummy.
And the dolphin.
What happened?
There you go.
What is that?
That was
It
better.
wasn't timed up. I had to pause my what the F is that.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I think the music helps
But
with
that
that.
sounded right.
Yeah,
Did it
was
sound
a little,
right?
Yeah, a little better, yeah.
I couldn't remember if I do farts or not.
No,
Do
I
do
don't think you do.
farts?
I don't think
No,
you
there are
do.
no farts.
No,
It would ruin the sanctity of the sports intro.
That would ruin it.
Talking about the pride of Philadelphia here. So we gotta
Farts
get it
appear
right.
in the music news.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what it is?
What is it? Wrong page?
No. So I hit this, and then I start with that.
I killed it!
There you go.
All right.
All
I
right.
start with that.
I tell you what, that sounded closer than it sounded for the past couple of days.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Shut up.
Game of Thrones star Sophie Turner tells Dr. Phil on his podcast, Fill in the Blanks.
Oh, my God.
Phil.
How about Phil McCracken?
In the blanks. That she got so much hate mail on social media, she actually considered suicide. She said, it's weird. I say that I wasn't very depressed when I was younger, but I used to think about suicide a lot when I was younger, and I don't know why, though. Maybe it's just a weird fascination I used to have, but yeah, I used to think about it. And I
probably considered suicide after doing Fill the Blanks in.
She said, I don't think I ever would have gone through with it, and I don't know. By the way, Sophie Turner on Game of Thrones, as the series has progressed, she's gotten more beautiful along the way, and now because they're dressing her different, and she has regal, and she has a little more attitude. And
May I say
eyes
something?
are just so gorgeously blue, and that red hair, she's stunning.
I'd say the same about you.
Oh, thank you.
As the show has progressed, you've gotten more beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
You know what, Steve, you're right. Absolutely.
That I've gotten more beautiful?
You have.
Thanks, man.
No doubt.
Then, no. Let's do one more story and wrap it up. Okay, we'll end with this one. While Hellboy hasn't set the box office on fire, it tanked with only $12 million in its opening weekend. One of its stars, Mila Jovovich, is still loving it, and she shared her thoughts on social media, writing in part, all I'm going to say before going to bed is this. All my raddest films...
Oh, Jesus, man.
Why is it happening? Why is it happening?
What the hell is that? Is that Hydra?
I don't know.
I unlocked my phone. And
what was it?
It was Ghosts of the Forest, Trey Anastasio's new band.
All right, well, that's cool.
Yeah, I didn't hit play. I just... it's a freaking Face ID, okay? So
you just looked at it?
I don't know if I swiped up, but it just started playing music. Preston, I was more interested in what you were saying.
93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. A requested song from Casey Boy this morning.
Yes.
Home Sweet Home.
He and Kathy were slow dancing.
Motley Crue. That was when MTV did, I think it was called, was it Dial MTV?
Yes.
That won so many times in a row they had to retire it.
I used to love that. Yeah, I used to love that. Yeah.
It would essentially just call in and vote for a song.
Yeah.
It was like it wasn't smash or trash, but it was something along those lines. It would face off against other videos, and that one was like reigned supreme.
Yeah, that, and then they had Friday Night Video Fights, and that, what reigned supreme, I recall, was Jump from Van Halen, just every week just dominated, and then the Reflex from Duran Duran.
It was fun. You get dialed in, and you look back now, and you go, well, you get really worked up, and this is ridiculous. You couldn't make it.
But I didn't really appreciate how good the guitar solo was in that song until recently. And I was like, that is, just, shredding. And I don't know, who's the shredder in the band?
Mick Mars.
That is, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so, because I don't know, so Tommy Lee is the drummer. Mick Mars is...
Tico Torres.
Nikki Sixx is the bass player.
Were there
Vince
two?
Neil, no, Vince Neil's a singer. Yeah, Mick was the only guitar player in the band.
And who was the dancer?
That was Tico Torres.
Uh-huh.
And when he was not playing with Bon Jovi, he was dancing on stage with Motley Crue.
Yeah.
You wanted to hear the guitar solo again?
Yeah.
It's a great air guitar song for sure.
A good guitar solo is one that you can sing along with.
Yep.
It's melodic. He's got shredding moments in there.
Yeah.
But the fact that you can, I've been thinking about taking a hair metal journey. I have not gone there in a long time. I've got a great playlist of songs, and it's funny because it's almost a portion of rock music that I look back kind of both embarrassingly and also with a whole lot of nostalgia.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I think that what's happening, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the nostalgia percentage is increasing while the embarrassment is decreasing.
Yeah, very much so. Because I was thinking about listening to some Rat and White Lion and Europe and some of these bands that I absolutely loved when they were popular.
We were talking about the making of the documentary. The series is just out. How many times was Rat mentioned?
Oh, yeah.
But it was, the fashion of the time, I think that takes away from how good the music actually is. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, you just look at it.
Oh, the fashion was silly.
It was silly. But
silly
then
enough for us to adopt as our look?
That's too much work. It is way too much. I just want to throw on some sweatpants and a T-shirt.
There is a lot of work. Look at Jackie Bam Bam.
Uh-huh.
Just look at Jackie.
It's a lot.
Still living that, but he's got, how many things is he wearing on a given day?
Well, Chris.
And Chris, too.
Yeah.
Chris had all kinds of jingly, jangly stuff hanging on him.
Anybody see the hole in the back of Chris's pants when he was walking out?
No.
Marissa pointed it out
Yeah,
to me.
he wasn't wearing underwear.
No,
Of course
really?
No, I could see his butt crack.
He's a rock star.
It ripped.
Yeah.
Like his pants split down the center.
Oh, that's great.
I hope someone told him.
He's on the bus now. It doesn't matter.
Well, he might be into Choppa at this point.
Get to the
I don't
job.
know. He's going to sleep. But anyway, it was Chris Jericho that we're talking about. Who
You
was
should have got
great
put your
interview.
finger in his
Dude, you should have.
Booped your butt.
I did a butt boop.
All right.
Got a little hole there.
A butt boop. I just did a butt boop for you.
I just did a butt boop.
Isn't that cute? All right, we're gonna do the lesson question, and we're gonna give away a pair of tickets for the Flyers home opener against the Canucks tomorrow, 7 p.m. Wells Fargo Center. Let me see. Let's go with this one. It was around 7 o'clock this morning. What is lawyer Kim Kardashian going to take to this place?
Oh,
She's going to take this to this place. Lawyer Kim Kardashian, if you heard it earlier this morning, 215-263-WMMR. Call now, and we will do the trash while we are waiting for your call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Paramount Pictures Smile 2, opening in theaters October 18th. Global pop star Sky Riley, played by Naomi Scott, faces terrifying, inexplicable events As the horrors escalate, Skye must confront her dark past to regain control before her life unravels. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, hip-hop producer Mustard will get a huge collection of luxury cars and real estate holdings as part of his settlement with ex-wife Chanel Theory. Theory is crying foul, calling Mustard yellow.
Oh, my God.
LeBron James setting boundaries, saying when it comes to his son and teammate Bronny that he speaks for himself. Bronny concurs with the sentiment, saying that when they are playing basketball, the only fatherly thing LeBron does is help him go poo-poo. And finally, Love is Blind star Steven Richardson insisting an ex-girlfriend's claim that he screwed the pooch is just a vulgar euphemism. Richardson says he's disgusted by anyone suggesting otherwise, especially because he's a cat guy.
Yeah. All right, we'll see if you know the answer to this. What is lawyer Kim Kardashian going to take to this place? And we go to Tom on the line. Hey, Tom, good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
All right, Tom, what is Kim going to take to this place?
A flamethrower.
A flamethrower.
To this place.
That's right.
That is correct.
Hang on a second, Tom. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to the Flyers home opener against the Vancouver Canucks. And it is tomorrow, 7 p.m. at the Wells Fargo Center. All fans get a Flyers home opener t-shirt presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. And tickets are on sale now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
This is not good radio.
Brought to you this morning by College Ave. Take the stress out of paying for college with a private student loan built for your family's budget and goals. You can get college covered today at collegeave.com. As Sarah Parker was mentioning earlier when we were talking to Chris Jericho this morning, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony is this weekend. 16 of music's biggest acts will be honored this time, including Ozzy Osbourne and some other interesting ones like Cher and Mary J. Blige. I'll run down the full list here in a moment. There will be a ton of celebrities in attendance as well, including Busta Rhymes, Kelly Clarkson, and Wolfgang Van Halen. Those celebs will be in the audience presenting the awards, and some will even be performing. The ceremony will air live on Disney Plus at 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow and be available for on-demand streaming with highlights broadcast on ABC January 1st of next year.
So with the Cher thing, Sonny and Cher were, California rock, and they were the Wrecking Crew, and that's a completely legit thing.
Yep. So I mentioned Mary J. Blige and Cher. Dave Matthews Band is also being inducted, and this is pretty cool. Our new friend, Jeff Coffin, who's the sax player for the band, plays multiple instruments, actually.
Yeah, he's great.
Had posted online, he said, I wanted to let you know the soprano sax, and he posted a picture of it, belonged to Leroy Moore, and as a tribute to him, this weekend, I will be playing it at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
That's great.
With the Dave Matthews Band. He said, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to honor him in this way. Really cool of him to do that.
It's very heartfelt.
Jeff was listening to our show twice last week, which is pretty cool. Yeah, he was listening when we had the Wooten brothers in studio and when we had Warren Haynes, because he's played with both of them. He might be the nicest guy that I've met in the last year or so. Jeff, he's just he's a class act. He's a great addition to the band, and he's very excited to be at the Rock Hall this weekend.
I hope you have a great time.
Yeah.
Also, will be Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Kool and the Gang, Ozzy Osbourne, and A Tribe Called Quest.
Wow.
A few
I didn't hear one in particular name mentioned, Preston.
Hasselhoff?
David Hasselhoff.
Yet again. And a couple of other categories to keep in mind. The Musical Influence Award goes to Alexis Corner, John Mayall, and Big Mama Thornton. Musical Excellence Award goes to Jimmy Buffett, MC5, Dionne Warwick, and Norman Whitfield. And the Ahmet Ertegun Award will go to Suzanne DePass. Jake E. Lee has shared a positive update following the news that he had been shot earlier this week. He says that he was, quote, very lucky and is on the mend. He apparently texted his friend, former Guns N' Roses guitarist DJ Ashba, that he's on the up and up. He said, doing surprisingly well. Just make sure that your birthday bash is wheelchair accessible. And he said, just jesting. As previously reported, Lee's management said in a statement that police think the shooting was completely random, but he's doing well.
It was shot multiple times. You go up and just randomly shoot someone like that?
Yeah, I don't know. And then one final thing, as I had mentioned earlier when we had Chris Jericho here in the studio, we're teaming up with him and his rock and wrestling rager Etsy and Sixth Man to give away an epic trip for 2. One lucky winner will be a guest and set sail January 31st to February 3rd. And you get the ultimate multi-day cruise packed with pool parties, nightly concerts, and wrestling and unforgettable fun. Grand prize winner gets a balcony cabin for 2, private meet and greet with Chris Jericho, access to all onboard shows, and top amenities like the casino, pools, and hot tubs. Plus, the winner's round-trip airfare and pre-cruise hotel stay are covered as well. You have to be at least 21 and over to enter, and you need to enter by Sunday. That is our deadline. So enter now for that. And imagine how much fun.
Oh, my God.
You'll have hanging out with Chris Jericho.
I mean, you heard him. You heard how he's so into this.
Yep. So he's loving it. We're loving it. Good luck to him. We're going to take a break. It's it music news. We'll come back in a moment, and we will wrap up the program, and we will give away our Word of the Week prize. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise, yard work, or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed...
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's... Now, listen. That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
Get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay. Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Going
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
At the snookle.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling. Oh, yeah. I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snookle at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever, yeah.
Because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it.
Do you
for
remember what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snookle, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snookle
is? A snookle is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently, snookle is legit as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
hose,
what
right?
they do is, well, yeah, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At
No.
KSAN in San Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay. Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny. What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Yeah.
Friday, so I begin the weekend long.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still even on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, a bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's just was
crazy.
total unintelligible.
It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. We're in really hard.
Those were those cowboy hats too. When I see him on
Yes.
TV. I mean,
With the headphones. Cowboy hat.
did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead, they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling you
came
guys.
on, yeah.
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
You're just ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, "Who you wife? Damn." You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife, Dan?
It's on 93.3 WMMR, the impression that I get. It is 10:40. And Friday morning, full of no sad, bro. Zero sad today.
Not one scintilla.
Nothing but fun.
Not a smidge.
This is a good time today. A great way to end the work week as far as we are concerned.
And glorious weather this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's really... It's going to be beautiful, and then by the time we get to Monday and Tuesday, it's going to feel like summer again. We'll be up in the 80-degree zone with sunny skies, and just gorgeous today, tomorrow, every single day. So enjoy that. I would like to thank our guests on the program. We had a great conversation with Billy Gardell.
Yes.
Man, what a super sweet, funny guy. Looks fantastic. He's lost 172 pounds.
Because sometimes when a weight loss that extreme, and I told this to him, I mentioned it to him, he does not look like that guy. He just looks like a dapper man.
Yep. I didn't get a chance to ask him if he had to have surgery to remove excess skin. You would think that much weight you would have to. But he was great. He's performing at the Event Center live at Casino, and he's just a funny guy. So go see the show. Tickets at Philadelphia.livecasinohotel.com. And then we had Chris Jericho on the program.
Yeah.
Fozzie's got a gig tonight at the Foundry. Chris and his band were sleeping in their bus in our parking lot. Chris got up, came in, did this awesome interview. He now goes to lay back down for a little bit, and then he's going to catch a chopper to New York. He's going to fly up there and do Comic-Con.
Yeah.
And then he's taking a chopper back down and playing the gig tonight at the Foundry.
The chopper!
He's something else, man.
That's amazing.
Yeah, right? Pierre Robert is here. You've had a chance to talk to Chris before, right?
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
We had when they play the Emma Barbecue, there was a handicapped listener, and I asked in advance, and he came and said hello to her, and couldn't have been nicer.
Yep.
Really cool stuff.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we'll need to get a letter from you if you've got it. All right, let's do that. Here,
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
Y as in Yabba. Yabba dabba do.
All right, we'll take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR, and you will have a chance to win our Word of the Week prize. And we'll tell you what all that is in just a moment or two. So what's up on this beautiful day today?
Well, as you mentioned, it's our last day of the $1,000 prize. So the Good Money It contest will happen with me at noon, me and Brent at 3, and one final time with Brent at 5 p.m. this afternoon. And as usual, I don't know if we collected, but I mean, of all the Beasley stations, MMR always wins the most. The other stations hate us in the cluster. But MMR wins again. MMR wins again because it's a nationwide contest. But we've had so many winners, thousands and thousands of dollars from this station alone. So it's fun.
No, it is cool. And anytime you can give away money, you always a home run.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. So we've got that at noon. We've got Workforce blocks of Shinedown, REM, and you were referencing the Hall of Fame. So we'll do a little Rock and Roll Hall of Fame block to anticipate Sunday's ceremonies.
Excellent. All right, we will now go to the phone lines and see if somebody knows what our Word of the Week is. And we're looking for caller number 8. It's Mark. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You're reaching me on my snorkel.
Any way we can make this happen, I'm happy.
Snorkel.
Mark, what is the word, please?
Oh, it's fly. Fly.
Yeah, All right, Mark. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets as MMR rocks Iron Maiden, the Future Past World Tour. Yep, you got it, buddy. Friday, November 1st at the Wells Fargo Center. All right, pal?
Sweet.
All right, enjoy, bud. Hang on the line.
I didn't get the snorkel. Is that something you guys said once?
I don't know.
I don't even know what that is.
Because usually people take phrases that you guys have worked into the lexicon and you repeat them in some form. Just got out of the shower, sorry to bother you at work, et cetera, et cetera.
It very well might have been, but it just cracked us up.
He said, good, nice, you've reached me in my snorkel.
On my snorkel. And then Casey played the snookle clip from
That was me
Nick.
trying to say scuba and snorkel at the same time.
Well, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, maybe.
So he gets set up with that. And don't forget, the show is selling out. There's very few tickets remaining. Go to Ticketmaster or go to WMMR.com for more information to see Iron Maiden. All right, thank you to our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles, and Trinity Rehab, locations all over. That's trinity-rehab.com. Shout out to Christine from Trinity Rehab, who was here this morning. All right, next week on our program, Raven Simone.
Yes.
Will be joining us. We'll have Michael Cudlitz on the show.
Very cool.
William Goldberg, the director, will be in our studio. And we'll also have comedian Maria Bamford on the program, amongst other things that we will put together between now and then. So that's it. We are done. You rage on and have yourself a great weekend. And we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve. Mm-hmm.